Chapter 616. Irina, come and help me. After half an hour of work, Genova, who had donned her maid uniform, had asked Irina for help for the umpteenth time. This was because there were simply too many things that Genova did not understand, especially things that were not directly related to battle. He was completely clueless and would only know how to do them after asking for instructions. Hearing Genova's voice, Irina, who was swiftly sorting out the trash in the trash can, let out a huge sigh and couldn't help but complain. Genova, shouldn't you increase some of the skills that a girl should have? Indeed, Genova had a look of agreement on his face, but that was what he said. Of course, the more skills you have, the better. Who knows when they will come in handy in battle? No, that's not why I want you to increase your skills, Irina complained. I used to think that you don't know anything, Genova. Now I'm even more sure of my guess. Don't make me sound like an idiot, Genova said with dissatisfaction. Don't forget, in terms of combat power, I'm above you. Hearing this, Elena became even more helpless. So, don't always consider combat power as your priority, all right? At the side, Noah, who seemed to be lying on the bed and reading a book, was actually paying attention to Genova and Irina. There was a hint of a bitter smile on his face. After half an hour of observation, Noah almost overturned his understanding of Genova and Irina. When these two girls from the church first appeared before Noah, although Noah was rather annoyed by their words of faith and sinners, both of them had the awe-inspiring aura and decisive thinking of a warrior. That was why Noah decided to observe them for a while. Who would have thought that these two girls were actually like this in private? Genova was basically an otherworldly, simple-minded, and careless female warrior. He did not seem to have any problems dealing with the basic daily life, and he could quickly grasp the essentials. He was quite sharp when it came to learning, but detailed work was not suitable for Genova. He did not know anything about anything other than battle. Simply put, she was a boorish girl who didn't have much of a brain. Irina's words were very disciplined and didn't lack common sense like Genova, who was simple-minded. However, this girl's words and actions often went off the rails. In the beginning, Noah thought that Irina was like a cute little sister next door. Now, although Irina's cuteness didn't decrease, she no longer gave Noah the feeling of a cute little sister next door. Instead, she was more like a troublesome childhood sweetheart, like a Lusha, who sometimes made people feel helpless. Did these two girls really come from the church to carry out a mission? Could be a joke? Wait, Genova, that's not trash. Don't throw it at me. But it doesn't look like something that can be used as a weapon, right? Do you only have things that can be used as weapons in your room? That's true. But Irina, don't you have a lot of dolls in your room too? Those things should be trash, right? What? How can my little cuties be trash? Those are the comforts that the Lord has given me. Idiot Genova. Wadash. Those who call others idiots are the real idiots. No, you're an idiot. Ah, Lord, why is my partner this kind of person? Is this also a test that the Lord has given me? Wait, why is it suddenly my fault? Shealuaho. That's why I'm against a new believer like you becoming a warrior. What? Only old-fashioned believers who are bound by outdated rules have problems. What did you say? Damned heretic? Ew. You actually call me a heretic? Unforgivable. For no reason, the two believers who were tidying up the room suddenly started arguing. One of them was holding a broom and pointing it at the other like a sword, while the other was holding a trash can, seemingly intending to use it as a shield. They were glaring at each other. Their behavior was completely different from when they were discovered by Noah at the entrance of Chariot King Academy. And when they were confronted by Noah, they would do their best to fight him. It was as if they were two different people. Seeing this, Noah sighed. I'm also an idiot for being wary of these two girls. At that moment, Noah threw the book in his hand at Genova and Irina, who were arguing more and more. Noah didn't know what technique Noah used, but the book he threw hit Genova's head and bounced off, landing heavily on Irina's head. The two girls held their heads and squatted down, crying out in pain. Don't slack off, get back to work. Hearing Noah's extremely unkind words, Genova and Irina could only swallow their grievances. One day, I'll definitely cut down a sinner like you who killed a god. You'll definitely be punished by the heavens for treating us followers of God like this, as they nagged, Genova and Irina had tears in their eyes as they continued tidying up the room. At this moment, the sound of the door opening could be heard, followed by the voices of the two girls. "We're back." Isha and Kitten walked in, and before they could close the door, their gazes met with Genova and Irina's. In the next 2 to 3 seconds, the four girls fell into silence, causing the entire place to fall silent. Especially Kitten. When she saw the maid uniforms on Genova and Irina, her gem-like eyes turned towards Noah with a look of disdain. How lame. Needless to say, Kitten must have misunderstood something. Unfortunately, Noah was in no mood to explain anything. This was because Genova and Irina were staring at Isha, causing her to timidly take a step back and speak weakly. That, without waiting for Isha to finish her sentence, Genova spoke. "You're Aisha Alzette, the famous witch who can cure demons, right?" Aisha shuddered involuntarily upon hearing the word witch, and her eyes widened in shock. You're from the church?" "The church." Kitten immediately reacted. Her pretty face tensed up, and she took a step forward to protect Isha behind her. As if she had only just noticed Kitten, Irina stared at her for a while before speaking in surprise. "You're a demon?" Kitten didn't reply. She only stared at Genova and Irina with vigilance in her eyes, as if she would attack at any time. "I didn't expect that after betraying your faith, not only did you hide in a place like this, but you've also allied yourself with demons." Genova's cold warrior expression reappeared on his face as he stared straight at Isha. "Have you fallen to such an extent?" Facing Genova's aggression, Isha didn't know how to respond. For a moment, tears began to well up in her eyes. At this moment, a cold voice sounded in Genova's and Irina's ears. "Fallen?" This voice caused Genova and Irina, who were being aggressive towards Isha, to feel a chill in their hearts. After discovering that Isha had the ability to cure demons, you were like flies that smelled blood, worshipping her as the so-called saintess to gather the faith of others. When you found out that Isha could cure demons, you demoted her to a witch as if you were afraid of stirring up trouble and expelled her. She couldn't make any choice on her own and could only be with the demons. In the end, she became what you call fallen. Noah stood up and looked up at Genova and Irina. He suddenly smiled, and his smile was extremely cold. "If this is depravity, then negotiating with the devil for a mission, you so-called believers of God, are so filthy that I want to despise you." After saying that, Noah spoke plainly as if he couldn't be bothered to continue arguing with Genova and Irina. "I'm tired of playing games with you. Just tell me what you're here for." Genova and Irina looked at each other and bit their lips. There was no other way. Chapter 617. In Noah's room, Genova and Irina sat at the small round table in the middle of the room with solemn expressions. Noah sat casually across from Genova and Irina with a teacup in his hand. He gently swirled the teacup and stared at the swirling tea in it. He didn't even want to look at Genova and Irina. Isha and Kitten sat on the bed and whispered to each other. Isha's innocent smile became a little forced, and she let Kitten hold her hand as if she was comforting Isha, who was hurt by Genova and Irina's words. While whispering to Isha, she kept glancing at the two girls from the church with hostility in her eyes. Evidently, Kitten didn't have a good impression of Genova and Irina at all. However, Noah was the one in charge of dealing with Genova and Irina, so Kitten did not intend to interfere. Otherwise, Kitten might have already made her move. Genova and Irina, on the other hand, did not seem to care about Kitten at all. They only stared at Noah with flickering eyes, as if they were considering something. Noah was the only one present who was a threat to Genova and Irina. Yet, this person had developed feelings of disgust towards Genova and Irina, which was not good for Genova and Irina. If they did not have a mission, Genova and Irina would definitely not be so cautious in front of Noah. However, because of the mission, Genova and Irina could only restrain themselves for the time being. Moreover, Noah was the fiancé of the person Genova and Irina intended to negotiate, so the two girls felt that it was not a bad thing to make things clear here. Thus, Genova was the first to speak. "First, I have to tell you that our mission has an extraordinary relationship with the Holy Sword. Holy Sword? Noah finally raised his gaze from the teacup in his hand and looked at the huge sword covered in bandages beside Genova. The so-called Holy Sword referred to those holy weapons that contain extremely powerful holy power and could cause great damage to demons and evil monsters of the darkness. It was a weapon that was recorded even in myths and legends. If a demon or monster were to touch this weapon, they would suffer great damage. Once they were hit, it was even more likely that they would be annihilated without leaving a trace. Noah had sensed a strong, holy aura from the sword that Genova carried with him, which was covered in bandages. I see. That should be one of the holy swords, right? It's not quite accurate to say that it's one of the holy swords. Genova lifted the sword beside him and untied the bandages. It should be said that this is part of the holy sword. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge sword appeared in front of Noah. It was flashing with an arc of light and had 2 edges. It was a lot bigger than the average longsword. That's the famous holy sword? Dangerous, Isha's mood seemed to have improved a lot, and most of her attention was attracted by the sword in Genova's hand. Kitten, on the other hand, was like a cat whose fur stood on end. She couldn't help but clench her fists tightly, and her face was unprecedentedly solemn. Kitten's demonic instincts should be constantly warning her master not to touch that sword, right? After all, the holy sword was too dangerous for demons. In the ancient war, one of the holy swords in the hands of the angel faction, called the King's Sword, was damaged and fell apart. Elena explained in a timely manner. At that time, the people who participated in the battle brought back the fragments of the King's Sword and used the fragments of the King's Sword to forge 7 inferior holy swords. Therefore, the holy swords in our hands now are only a part of the original King's Sword. The holy sword in my hand is the holy sword of destruction. Genova hesitated for a moment. Then, perhaps he felt that there was no use in hiding it, so he directly revealed the information of the weapon in his hand. As the name suggests, this holy sword of destruction is a holy sword that can cause great damage. And the holy sword in my hand is the holy sword of mimicry. It has the ability to change into any form. Irina reached out her hand and untied a rope that was tied to her arm. In the next moment, the thin rope circled and suddenly twisted and transformed into a katana. Although it has been split, the 7 holy swords that originated from the King's Sword all have their own abilities. Irina proudly raised the katana in her hand. Genova's is destruction, and mine is transformation. To the members of the church, to be able to wield a weapon that contained divine power, like the holy sword, should be very proud of it, right? Therefore, Genova and Irina more or less had a trace of pride on their faces. However, in the face of the 2 holy weapons that were claimed to be able to completely eliminate demons, Noah only glanced at them and then withdrew his gaze. Although he didn't know how powerful the King's Sword was in its complete state, the power of the holy sword of destruction in Genova's hand and the holy sword of mimicry in Irina's hand were only similar to magic weapons and magic attire in Noah's eyes. To the demons that were restrained, these 2 holy swords might be quite threatening. But to Noah, it was too powerless. So, Noah asked casually, "What's wrong with the holy swords?" Genova and Irina put away their pride and put away the holy swords in their hands. Actually, not long ago, 3 of the holy swords kept by the church were snatched away by a fallen angel cadre from the fallen angel camp by the name of Korkabor. Genova stared at Noah, a trace of light flowing in his eyes. Our mission in this town is to take back the 3 holy swords that fell into the hands of the fallen angels. At the very least, we have to destroy them to prevent them from being used by the enemy. Korkabor. Noah's heart skipped a beat as he looked at Genova. You mean that the fallen angel cadre who snatched the holy swords is in this town? Hearing Noah's words, Isha and Kitten, who had not dared to interrupt, were suddenly shocked. The fallen angel cadre is in this town? Is that true? That was a fallen angel cadre, a true high-ranking member of the fallen angels. Without a doubt, he was a high-ranking fallen angel who had participated in the war between the 3 forces and survived. Such a person was actually hiding in this town? Isha and Kitten shuddered at the thought of this. Korkabor has indeed invaded this town, Genova said in a heavy tone. And our ultimate goal in coming here is to take back or destroy the holy swords that fell into the fallen angel camp. So, we hope that the demons occupying this town will not interfere in the battle between us and the fallen angels, Irina added. It's for this purpose that we hope to negotiate with Lyeth Gimmenry, who has occupied this town. With that, Genova and Irina turned their gazes to Noah at the same time. So, what do you mean? Genova asked. You're Lyeth Gimmenry's fiancé. If you promise not to interfere in the matter between us and the fallen angels, then Lyeth Gimmenry will agree, right? We don't want it to eventually turn into a chaotic battle between the three camps of demons, angels, and fallen angels, Irina said. If it turns into another battle between the three forces, I believe you don't want to see that either, right? Isha and Kitten, who understood that Genova and Irina were here because of such a big matter, were completely speechless. They could only leave everything to Noah to make the decision. Noah, on the other hand, had his eyes on another problem and raised it. The holy swords should be ineffective against the fallen angels, right? Then why did the fallen angels steal the holy swords? We don't know the other party's purpose. Genova shook his head, but it's a fact that the other party stole the holy swords. Hearing this, Noah's eyes flashed, and he suddenly smiled. I understand your thoughts, but I'm not a demon, and I don't know what Lyeth will think. So, let's wait until next time to give an answer. There should be time for that, right? Both Genova and Irina heaved a sigh of relief and nodded. Chapter 618. About half an hour later, Genova and Irina left Noah's apartment with their holy swords. Originally, Noah had planned to keep the two girls from the church to help him with his work for the entire night. However, Noah was extremely displeased with Genova and Irina's attitude towards Aisha. Keeping these two people who had been poisoned by their faith would only be an eyesore. If it weren't for the fact that Genova and Irina were only speaking rudely and didn't target Isha like Laneri, Noah wouldn't have just chased them out. However, Isha was very concerned about Genova and Irina's words. Even after Genova and Irina were chased out by Noah, she was still a little unhappy. Looking at the sullen look on Isha's face, Noah felt that he had been too lenient with Genova and Irina's punishment. Incidentally, although Noah chased Genova and Irina out, he left their clothes behind. Of course, don't get me wrong, Noah didn't want Genova and Irina to run around naked. However, Noah didn't return Genova and Irina's original clothes to them. Instead, he let them leave in their maid outfits. Presumably, the gazes of onlookers would be very interesting when they saw a pair of maidservants walking on the streets. Not to mention, Genova was also carrying a weapon covered in bandages, which made her appearance even more strange and eye-catching. Also, it should be mentioned that the maid outfits in Noah's apartment were only souvenirs that Kitten took back when she brought Isha out to buy some casual clothes. Now, Genova and Irina had benefited from this. After Genova and Irina walked out of Noah's apartment with sullen faces, Noah turned around and looked at Isha, who was sitting on the bed. Over there, Isha's expression was more or less dejected. Seeing this, Noah stood up and walked to the bedside. He extended his hand and patted Isha's head. What's wrong? Are you still thinking about what those two psychopaths said? No, I didn't. Isha wanted to deny it, but when she felt Noah's burning gaze and Kitten's worried gaze, she immediately lowered her head. I just feel that my faith is still not enough. That's why the Lord doesn't care about me. Even you're saying that? Noah frowned. Listen carefully, Aisha. Although this may be hard for you to accept since you grew up in the church, I feel that sometimes too much faith is not a good thing. No, it's not like that. Isha quickly shook her head as if she was trying to persuade Noah. The Lord is merciful. As long as you sincerely believe in the great Lord, you will definitely receive the Lord's care and blessings. Then why didn't you receive the blessings of the Lord? Noah asked without beating around the bush. Don't tell me that you don't have enough faith. Do you think that I spent all this time with you for nothing? I can tell you clearly that your faith is the most devout among all the believers. Noah curled his lips. If even your level of faith can't receive the blessings of the so-called Lord, then no one in this world can. Then the so-called Lord doesn't need to exist, and there's no need to believe in him. Teacher is right. Kitten nodded heavily and said such a dangerous sentence. Useless people have no value in existence, and useless gods don't need to exist. That kind of god should be eliminated by Teacher with the power of the God Slayer. Isha didn't seem to expect Kitten to suddenly say such words. She looked at Noah with tears in her eyes. Are you going to attack the great Lord? Please let the Lord go, okay? The Lord is innocent. Hearing this, both Noah and Kitten were speechless. Isha, who was looking forward to God's salvation, was pleading for the so-called Lord. What was going on? No matter what, if the faith is too strong, it will make people crazy. Noah said somewhat ruthlessly. There are many people who think that they could be saved by the Lord without hesitation, do things that are hated by the Lord. There are even people who use the so-called faith as an excuse. They think that as long as they have enough faith, no matter what they do, they can be forgiven by the Lord. Therefore, they don't feel guilty, so they can do bad things without any scruples. Such people also exist, and it is the best proof of faith poisoning. Isha was speechless. As a former holy maiden of the church, how could she not have seen the situation that Noah described? Of course, in general, such people would be condemned by the church as heretics, but could this deny that they didn't have faith in the Lord? Faith is actually similar to beliefs. Some are open and above board, and some are twisted and crazy. But can you say that those are not human beliefs? Noah patted Isha's head again and again. I don't object to you continuing to offer faith to the so-called Lord, but I definitely don't want to see you become a lunatic with faith poisoning. So, Isha, your faith needs to be flexible. You can't blindly pursue it, but it can change as the situation changes. That's true piety. Hearing Noah's words, Isha nodded absent-mindedly and fell into deep thought. Seeing this, Noah rubbed Isha's head lovingly and then looked at Kitten. Kitten, tell Liaz what the two guys from the church said just now. Also, ask Liaz to tell Tsang that there's a fallen angel cadre hiding here. If something goes wrong, Liaz and Tsang don't pay attention. They'll be in danger. The levels of angels and fallen angels were basically ranked according to the number of wings. The more wings, the higher the level of angels and fallen angels, and, generally speaking, the higher their strength. For example, if Laneri only had one pair of wings, she would undoubtedly be ranked at the lowest level in the entire fallen angel camp. She could only be a low-level fallen angel. At the level of a fallen angel cadre, they would have at least 4 to 5 pairs of wings. Whether it was angels or fallen angels, the current highest existence only had 6 pairs of wings. So, it was imaginable how powerful a fallen angel cadre was. To put it bluntly, no matter how many superior demons like Liaz and Tsang came, it would not be enough to kill them with one hand. It would not be difficult for her to deal with even the most superior demons. After all, she was a fallen angel who survived the battle with gods and demon kings. Her ability was imaginable. So, if they were targeted by a fallen angel cadre, without knowing anything, Liaz and Tsang would be in real danger. What about Teacher? Kitten looked at Noah, her big watery eyes fixed on Noah's face. Teacher, don't you plan to contact the minister yourself? Me? Noah narrowed his eyes. The people from the two churches said that the holy sword is in the hands of the fallen angel cadre, Korkabor. I'll try to find him. Kitten was stunned. For someone of Keber's level, he might be slightly interested in a complete holy sword, but for a few incomplete holy swords, there's no need for that fellow to go out of his way to snatch them from the church. I think that Keber must have other plans, Noah explained. Plus, of all places, Korkabor came to this town. It's impossible that he didn't have his own considerations. Noah did not mention that it was very likely that Kobold had been attracted by him. Tsang now once said that an existence like Noah, who had the power to rival the gods and demons, and who also called himself the God Slayer, was too sensitive for the current 3 major forces. All kinds of people with bad intentions would be attracted here, try to use the God Slayer as a bait to do something. Therefore, Noah felt that it was necessary for him to find Korkabor's whereabouts. Fortunately, Noah already had a way. I'm not allowed to interfere in the battle between the churches and the fallen angels. Recalling Genova and Irina's words, Noah sneered. I'm not allowed just because you say so? Then I'm going to interfere. After leaving the apartment, Noah first looked up at the dark night sky, then closed his eyes. A burst of magic rose from Noah's body. The surging magic turned into golden starlight and condensed into a golden beast. Chapter 619. In the dark of the night, the golden beast, whose body hair was as bright as gold and as smooth as a beautiful fluid, was like a small sun that appeared in the moonlit night. It was very dazzling. With the golden wolf Bio, who could defeat the most ancient god slayer in one strike and also cause great damage to the unparalleled Walene Alliance Master in the land of China, had shrunk to the size of an ordinary wolfhound. He was very obedient as he rubbed his head against Noah's leg. He did not look like a peerless, ferocious beast at all, which made people lower their guard. However, even though his body had shrunk to this extent, Noah did not provide Bio with much magic power. In this form, Bio could still bite off the neck of a divine beast. If one underestimated this fantasy breed that had completely exceeded the strength of a phantom beast because of its appearance, they would definitely not be able to bear the consequences. Only Noah alone could make this peerless, ferocious beast so obedient. I'm sorry. Although it's not in line with your strength to call you out in this situation, you should still help me a little today. Noah squatted down and patted Bio's head, who was very obediently rubbing against him. If it's you, you should be able to find the location of another holy sword with the same divine power based on the aura of the holy sword carried by the two churches' warriors, right? Both Genova and Irina said that Kokbor had taken the 3 holy sword from the church and snuck into this town. Then, as long as they found the location of the holy sword, it was very possible to find Kokbor. Noah wanted to see what this fallen angel officer was planning to do by coming to this town, of all places. Currently, Bio was equivalent to one of Noah's clones. Although Bio could not take form without Noah's magic power, as another consciousness that resided in Noah's soul, Bio could naturally know everything that Noah knew. After understanding Noah's meaning, Bio immediately raised his head, twitched his nose, and sniffed the air a few times. Bio was a werewolf. Even though Bio had yet to assume his werewolf form, his sense of smell in his normal wolf form was still very sharp. With the holy aura left in the air by Genova and Irina's holy swords, it wouldn't be difficult for Bio to find the same aura. At least, as long as the target was in this town, with Bio's ability, he should be able to find it. Not long after, Bio suddenly turned his head and turned his pair of emerald green eyes towards one of the directions. He took a step forward and ran forward. Seeing this, the corners of Noah's mouth curled up. He also lifted his feet and followed behind Bio, chasing after him. In the dark alley, the golden wolf Bio was like a shooting star, leaving behind a trail of golden afterimages in the air as he rushed forward. Not far behind Bio, Noah was also running at a speed that was much faster than an ordinary person. He firmly followed behind Bio, and under Bio's lead, they moved towards the direction of the holy swords. If he was at full power, Noah would need to provide Bio with a shocking amount of magic power. He definitely wouldn't be able to do it so easily. But now, the amount of magic power that Noah provided to Bio was not much. Although it caused Bio's current power to be greatly reduced, it also increased the duration. With Noah's magic power that was much more illegal than the God Slayer, this level of loss could be naturally recovered in minutes. So, under Bio's lead, Noah ran for about half an hour. Then, within the range of his sensing ability, a holy aura finally appeared. Immediately, Noah's eyes lit up and he increased his speed. At this moment, in front of him, a confused and somewhat crazy voice sounded. Why would a golden dog appear in such a place? Hearing this voice, Noah's eyes suddenly froze. Noah had heard such a voice that was always filled with madness. Even if it was only once, Noah remembered it. So, in the next second, the scene that appeared in front of Noah made Noah confirm the accuracy of his memory. What appeared in front of Noah's eyes was a gloomy graveyard of unknown origins. In such a graveyard, Bio leisurely raised one of his front paws and looked at a person in front of him. A person wearing a black priest's outfit, with a head of white hair, was holding a sharp sword that was flowing with holy power, burning like flames in the dark night. Without a doubt, that was the holy sword. However, the person holding the holy sword was not an officer of the fallen angels, but a crazy priest. Noah's footsteps stopped. That was because the moment he saw Noah appear, the crazy priest holding the holy sword suddenly twisted his face, as if he had gone mad, and fiercely pounced towards Noah's direction. At the same time, a shocking murderous aura and the smell of blood were emitted from his body, enveloping Noah's body. In the next moment, a cold sword light flashed and mercilessly slashed towards Noah's direction. However, at the same time, a golden, beastly figure suddenly appeared in front of Noah and faced the cold sword light head-on. Clang dash. Accompanied by the sound of steel clashing against steel, a burst of sparks burst out, scattering in the air. The holy sword that was always successful, and the body of the sword was still flowing with rich holy power, as if it was burning with flames. But Bio, who suddenly appeared in front of Noah, used his sharp teeth to bite down on the holy sword. The sparks were produced by the friction between the holy sword and the sharp teeth. Bio bit the holy sword tightly, and the pair of gem-like beast eyes that were extremely leisurely just a moment ago surged with an indescribable coldness. He stared ahead, and a fierce glint flashed past from time to time. If it was said that Bio did not put the person in front of him in his eyes just a moment ago, then now, because the other party swung his sword towards Noah, Bio had truly treated him as his prey. Oh, what a great murderous aura! The white-haired priest who was holding the holy sword and slashed towards Noah's direction grinned, sticking out his tongue and licking the corner of his mouth as if he was enjoying it, and laughed wildly. Yo, 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 you actually raised such a great dog. Your taste is not bad. Can I cut it down? Can I? Noah, who was standing motionlessly behind Bio, first looked at the holy sword and then frowned. The holy sword is actually in the hands of a disgusting guy like you. What a blunder. If I had known, I would have directly gotten rid of you last time, disgusting priest. The priest who was holding the holy sword was actually freed. Ma, don't be so cold. After that time, I've always wanted to see you. I miss you so much that I almost peed my pants at night. Ahaha. Freed's smile also became twisted and ferocious, and the hand that was holding the sword continued to exert force. In order to take revenge last time, I spent a lot of effort to get this holy sword of heavenly flash from the hands of the boss of the fallen angels in my family. Now, our fate has finally arrived. Bastard, I will definitely cut you. Immediately cut you down. Freed spoke like a lunatic, and the flame-like holy power flowing on the holy sword of heavenly flash in his hand suddenly expanded. Then, Freed disappeared. The 7 holy swords that were split from the king's sword all had different abilities. Genova's holy sword of destruction, as its name suggested, was destruction. Irina's holy sword of mimicry, as its name suggested, was transformation. Then, the ability of the holy sword of heavenly flash in Freed's hand should be acceleration. With the support of such an ability, Freed seemed to have turned into a dazzling phantom, flashing through the space and making a big circle, as if he was planning to go behind Noah. In this regard, Noah just loosened his frown and said indifferently, "Take it down, Bio." The murderous light in Bio's eyes suddenly intensified. Roar! As if it directly sounded from the horizon, Bio let out a high-pitched roar that seemed to have traveled from the distant ancient times and hovered in this era. His body suddenly turned into a ray of light, flashed out, and directly swept toward the phantom that was planning to go behind Noah. Bang! The dazzling flowing light heavily collided with the flickering phantom, causing a muffled sound. Roar! The roar resounded through the sky. Pucci, in the next moment, a burst of bloody light suddenly appeared in the space. Ah! Freed's screams echoed and didn't calm down for a long time. Chapter 620. Clang! With a crisp sound of landing, the holy sword that was dancing like a windmill in midair fell to the ground and plunged straight into the concrete. The divine power that was burning like a flame on the sword gradually subsided and converged because of the loss of its wielder. Bio, who had transformed back into his wolf form, also fell from the air. His forelimbs landed firmly on the ground. His body hair was still dazzling, and there were no bloodstains on it. In Bio's mouth, an arm that was dripping blood on the ground was bitten by his sharp teeth. Undoubtedly, it was such a bloody scene. Because of Bio's head held high and chest puffed out and his dazzling body shape, there was an indescribable beauty. On the other hand, the bloody scene on the other side didn't have the slightest sense of beauty. There was only hell-like misery. Ah! It hurts! It hurts! It really hurts to the point that I peed my pants. In the dark red pool of blood, Fred held his shoulder that was missing an arm. His originally twisted face became even more twisted and ferocious, and he kept rolling on the ground. Even if he suffered such a serious injury, this disgusting priest performance was still as crazy and inhumane as before. Damn it! Damn it! Holding his broken arm, ignoring the blood that was flowing out from the wound, Fred was like an injured beast. The veins on his forehead bulged, and his face was extremely pale. He screamed at Noah, "I'll chop you to death. I'll definitely chop you to death. I'll chop you rotten." Hearing this, Noah's eyes turned cold. Roar! Bio immediately spat out the arm that was dripping blood from his mouth and fiercely pounced in Fred's direction. Bang! One of Bio's front claws was as heavy as steel. When it landed on Fred's chest, it caused a muffled sound. Pucci, Fred, directly spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was pressed to the ground by Bio's front claws, but his expression was still crazy. Damn dog, even you dare to bully this uncle. This person was completely hopeless. It was said that a crazy person was also a terrifying person, and this sentence was indeed displayed by Fred, because this lunatic would not hesitate to risk his life, including his own life. Therefore, even under such circumstances, Fred still dared to curse at Noah and Bio, but his face was getting paler and paler. There was too much blood. Even a lunatic would not be able to maintain a perfect state under such circumstances. At this time, Noah walked forward and arrived in front of the holy sword. He reached out his hand and placed it on the hilt, pulling the holy sword of heavenly flash out of the ground. No matter which holy sword it was not something that could be used by just anyone. The holy sword was the most effective weapon against demons and magical creatures. It was also the ultimate weapon of the angel faction and its subordinate churches. Those who could use the holy sword, generally, even if they were ordinary humans, would have the strength to rival superior demons. The holy sword of heavenly flash in front of me was only a part of the king's sword, so the person who was able to pick it up wouldn't be able to directly fight against a high-level demon. However, it wasn't something that a normal mid-level demon could compare to. And to use such a holy weapon, one must be able to adapt to the holy sword. Obviously, Noah's physique and strength were against the rules. Therefore, Noah was surprised to find that he could actually use the holy sword of heavenly flash in front of him. The holy flame once again burned from the holy sword, covering the body of the holy sword of heavenly flash. Seeing this scene, Fred, who was tormented by the excruciating pain, almost popped his eyes out of their sockets. Are you serious? Fred's shock made the surprise in Noah's heart gradually dissipate. Holding the burning holy sword, he walked in front of Fred, who was pressed to the ground by Bio, and looked down at him, who was dripping with blood. You got the holy sword from Ko Keber, right? The holy sword was snatched from the church by Ko Keber, and Fred was a lost exorcist who had defected to the fallen angel. In addition to what Fred had just said, Noah could almost conclude that Fred was working under Ko Keber and had even obtained one of the holy swords from Ko Keber. Oh, you want to find my boss? Fred smiled with a pale face. After a while, he stuck out his tongue at Noah. I'm not telling you. Is that so? Noah suddenly smiled, as if he did not expect Fred to tell him the answer directly from the start. In the next second, the holy sword that was burning with holy flames slashed through the air and cut through Fred's other arm. Poochie! Along with the sound of his body being cut off, Fred's other arm flew into the air. Ah! Fred let out a heart-wrenching scream. Both of his arms were separated from his body, and the blood flowing from the wound had completely dyed the ground under him red. Facing this miserable scene, Noah's expression was still calm. Noah did not need to have the slightest bit of pity for a bloodthirsty exorcist like Fred, who did not take human life seriously and would not care about indiscriminately killing innocent people. Because this madman deserved to die. I'll ask again. Noah pointed the holy sword in his hand at Fred. Where's Kokeber? Ha! Ha! Fred's voice was already extremely weak, but he was still laughing maniacally. If you want to know, kneel down and beg me. As soon as his voice fell, the sword light flashed in the air again. Poochie! It was still the sound of his body being torn apart. Fred's legs flew into the air and fell to the ground beside him, dyeing the ground there red. Fred's screams were completely muted. Only half of his body was left lying in a pool of blood. His eyes rolled up, and blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. This person was no different from a dead person. I didn't expect you to tell me Kokeber's whereabouts directly. Noah glanced at the dying Fred on the ground, who was no different from a corpse. There are 2 other holy swords in Kokeber's hands. As long as I have the holy swords, I can find him. Hearing Noah's words, Fred, who was lying in a pool of blood like a human stick, forced a mocking smile on his face. He looked extremely ugly and weak. The holy swords are not with Boss at all. You will find them in vain. Idiot, that's not something you should be concerned about. Noah smiled faintly. I heard that hell in the underworld is now jointly ruled by devils and fallen angels. Although the hell where the souls of the dead who have committed the most heinous crimes are stored is lower in the underworld. If you're lucky, you might be able to meet the people in the fallen angel camp who you have turned to. After saying that, Noah sneered. Let me send you on a one-day trip to hell for free. As soon as he finished speaking, the sword light flashed. A bloody head rolled in front of the tombstone. His eyes were wide open as he looked at the cross on the tombstone. The last emotion in his eyes was the desire to live. It looked like Fred was praying to God, hoping to be saved. It was quite ironic. After all, this person not only betrayed God and the church, but also had no faith in his heart. At the last moment of his death, he actually prayed to God for salvation. This person's life was ridiculous and meaningless. Shaking off the bloodstains on the holy sword, Noah turned his back. Bio, take care of it. If ordinary people see this scene, it will be troublesome. Bio, who was on standby, immediately raised his head and leaped into the air. Bio, who had leapt into the air, exploded into a sea of flames that sprinkled over the entire cemetery. However, it didn't burn anything in the cemetery. Instead, it only burned away Fred's broken limbs and horrifying bloodstains on the ground, leaving no trace behind. Walking out of the cemetery, Noah stared at the holy sword in front of him and sighed. Looks like there's no way to find Kokbor by finding the holy sword. Although it was like this, it was still a gain to be able to get rid of a disgusting priest tonight. Immediately, Noah left the cemetery and walked in the direction of the apartment. Chapter 6:21. It was not until the wee hours of the morning that Noah returned to his apartment. Opening the door, Noah saw a room without a trace of light, which told Noah that his other 2 roommates had fallen into a deep sleep. Under such circumstances, Noah deliberately slowed down his movements and gently closed the door. Then, he entered his room and leaned the holy sword of heavenly flash against the wall. At this time, the sound of breathing became a little hurried. Noah was startled at first, but then he remembered. For demons, the holy sword was a terrible natural enemy. Noah entered the room with the holy sword. The powerful holy aura on the holy sword could not have not stimulated the demon living here. So, Noah turned around and looked in the direction of the bed, scratching his face apologetically. "Sorry, did I wake you up?" Kitten, who was wearing pajamas with cute cat prints, gently shook her head. Her eyes were fixed on the holy sword of heavenly flash. After a while, she turned her head and looked at Noah, her eyes full of confusion. Obviously, Kitten was wondering why Noah had this holy sword in his hands. Didn't Noah go out to find Korkabor? Could it be that Noah found Korkabor and snatched the holy sword from him? "I didn't find Korkabor. I only found a guy who worked under Korkabor." Noah seemed to have seen through Kitten's thoughts and briefly explained the situation. "I got the holy sword from that guy." Kitten nodded her head in relief, but her gaze still frequently shifted in the direction of the holy sword. What an annoying feeling. Well, no matter what, it's still a holy sword. Although it's useless to me, there's no reason to lose it and bring it back just like that. Noah came to the bedside and sat on the edge of the bed. He lowered his head and looked at Isha, who was sleeping soundly with a smile on her face. He could not help but smile as well. "Looks like Aisha's mood has improved a lot." The kitten nodded gently and spat out these words succinctly. "Those two people from the church said some terrible things to Senior Aisha." "I know." Noah reached out and stroked Aisha's hair lovingly. "Everyone has one or two unbearable pasts. Aisha's is just a little thicker." This sentence Noah said completely from the heart. Upon hearing Noah's words, Kitten's pair of beautiful eyes that sparkled like a real cat in the dark night flashed with complicated emotions. "Does teacher also have an unbearable past?" Hearing this, Noah immediately recalled the time when he was just adopted by Makarov. At that time, Noah did not know where he came from, nor did he know what kind of existence he was. He did not even understand the language, nor did he have any memories. He was completely at a loss and blank. For Noah, who had a mature consciousness, that was hell. It was as if he was in a nightmare and could not wake up no matter how hard he tried. It was very uncomfortable. At that time, Noah only had endless confusion and emptiness. Later, after learning the language and becoming Makarov's adopted grandson, Noah, like Lax's, was looked at with prejudice by the people around him. So, the confusion and emptiness faded away and were replaced by uneasiness about the surroundings. That period of time was the most unbearable for Noah, right? Even Alusha could not bear to mention it. She felt that it was an unimaginable past. "Everyone has it." Noah smiled bitterly. "Aren't you the same?" Kitten suddenly fell silent, and the look in her eyes became even more complicated. Noah, who clearly saw the emotions in Kitten's eyes, suddenly changed the topic of the conversation. "But it's always in the past. It's not worth mentioning now." Kitten was stunned, and then frowned deeply, as if she did not agree with Noah's words. Could it be that teachers' past can be so easily abandoned? In the face of Kitten's questioning words, Noah nodded without hesitation. "Of course, I now have reliable friends, a family that loves me, and a loved one. In such a happy situation, I can even let go of the past that I can't bear to look back on." Kitten's frown deepened, and the gaze she looked at Noah became more and more disapproving. "Because you are happy now, you can forget the sad past? That's just escaping. Even if you don't forget the sad past at this time of happiness, when others want you to be happy, you bear the pain alone. Do you think this is not escaping?" Noah looked at Kitten with a faint smile. "No matter if you are happy or in pain now, as long as you don't face it, it is already escaping. I can face it calmly, so I can give it up. No matter how much pain you feel, if you don't face it, you can only bear it forever." Kitten was suddenly speechless. "Don't be too hard on yourself." Noah withdrew the smile on his face, sighed, touched Kitten's head, and said softly, "No matter what kind of past you have, it's up to you to choose to face it or escape. But if the people around you want you to be happy, then you have the obligation to be happy. Kitten, if you can't give it up, then don't give it up, but don't bear it alone. Don't forget the people around you who care about you." After that, Noah's hand that was stroking Kitten's head slowly moved down and began to stroke Kitten's smooth and cute face. Such a cute face. It would be a pity if it was always so heavy. Only then did Kitten wake up. seeing Noah's face that was extremely close to her and feeling the warm hand caressing her cheeks. Her pretty face couldn't help but blush. Obscene teacher. Anyway, I am an obscene teacher who has 3 fiancés. Noah smiled teasingly. How about, Kitten, when you grow up, you can marry me? As soon as this sentence was said, Kitten immediately answered, No, your quick rejection makes me very sad, okay? Noah, who was facing Kitten with a joking attitude, was also speechless. At least hesitate a bit. No. Kitten slapped away Noah's hand that was stroking her cheek and looked at Noah with half-closed eyes. I won't marry an obscene teacher who has 3 fiancés. Being rejected by Kitten so unceremoniously, Noah could not help but feel a burst of anger in his heart, and the hand that was slapped away by Kitten immediately went back to her cheek. However, before the Kitten could slap his hand away, Noah's hand that was caressing the Kitten's cheek turned to pinch the Kitten's chin and lifted the Kitten's face to face him. You are Leah's dependent, and Leah's is my fiancé, which means you are my servant. Do you think you can still escape? Noah said with a smile before Kitten had a chance to react. Why don't I put my mark on your body first? With that, Noah quickly lowered his head and kissed Kitten's lips heavily. Kitten's eyes widened to the widest they had ever been. After a while, Kitten finally reacted. She raised her small fists and punched Noah's chest repeatedly. As a rook with super high attack power and super high defense power, Kitten's monstrous strength was very astonishing. Even if it couldn't be compared to Noah's giant incarnation, it could still smash a rock taller than a person with a single punch, not to mention hitting a mortal body. However, Kitten was not able to use her monstrous strength at all. Her small fists, which were supposed to be extremely frightening, landed on Noah's chest, but they were just like those of a normal girl, soft and without any strength at all. With that, it naturally opened a door of convenience for Noah. He simply held Kitten's petite body in his arms and tasted Kitten's lips. Kitten's small fists on Noah's chest became weaker and weaker. In the end, Kitten just put her hands on Noah's chest and closed her eyes unconsciously. She was unknowingly brought into Noah's rhythm. Noah, who only wanted to tease Kitten, was also immersed in it. It was not until a very long time later that the two's lips finally parted. In the end, Kitten seemed to have heaved a sigh of relief. It was also as if all the breathing that she had been lacking up until now had all returned at once. She fell down and actually fell asleep. This made Noah more or less not know whether to laugh or cry. She fell asleep from exhaustion after a kiss. This was also considered a realm. Chapter 6:22. Just like that, the night passed. The next day, Noah woke up surrounded by a faint fragrance. As soon as he woke up, Noah clearly felt the faint fragrance that kept drilling into the tip of his nose, making the last trace of confusion in Noah's head disappear completely. He quickly lowered his head and looked at his surroundings. Then, Noah found that he was sleeping on his own bed after a long time. On Noah's left, Aisha tightly hugged Noah's neck with a reassuring smile on her face. On Noah's right, the kitten was like a cute kitten that had completely shrunk into Noah's arms. She subconsciously rubbed against Noah's chest while sleep-talking. Obscene teacher. Hearing the kitten slandering him in her dreams, Noah smiled bitterly, but his eyes involuntarily followed the memory of last night and moved to the kitten's soft lips in her sleep. Last night, Noah just wanted to tease the kitten that hit the nail on the head, so he took away the kitten's kiss. For Noah, the act of kissing, in fact, could only be regarded as an act of intimacy. After all, in addition to his two delicious fiancées, Mira and Lisanna, Noah had kissed a lot of girls. In the world of Night of the Sorcerer, Noah kissed Aoko and Yuju. In the world of Godslayer, Noah also kissed Alice, Erica, Liliana, and even the god of disobedience, Athena. In addition, in the world of the Black Bullet, he also had some delightful accidents with Mugong. In the world of absolute dual blades, he even slept with Lilith and Julie. Under various accidents, he also had some delightful accidents with Ivan. So Noah's resistance to women was no longer as low as before. Of course, The disadvantage of this was that Noah was also accustomed to overly intimate behavior. Therefore, Noah did not hesitate to snatch Kitten's lips away. Later on, whether it was Noah or Kitten, they completely abandoned all unnecessary emotions and became intoxicated in it. Even Noah himself didn't know how long that kiss lasted. Noah only knew that from the initial resistance to the adaptation, Kitten gradually transitioned from the initial inexperience to the proficiency. By the time their lips parted, the kitten was so tired that she lay down and fell asleep. Because he was tightly entangled with the kitten, Noah also lay down and fell asleep in a daze. In the end, when he woke up, he naturally became like this. Isha probably thought that Noah was a kitten or a pillow. That was why she kept pestering him. Kitten, on the other hand, was entangled with Noah. As a result, such a scene appeared. Seems like he did something terrible when he was throwing a tantrum. The bitter smile on Noah's face became more and more obvious. He wanted to get up, but because Isha and Kitten were tightly entangled, he couldn't get away. Noah had no choice but to wake Isha and Kitten up. Isha, Kitten, get up, it's dawn. Oh, under Noah's shaking, Isha and the kitten subconsciously let out a moan. Then, they blinked their lovely eyelids at the same time and opened their dazed eyes. Naturally, in such a close situation, the first thing that Isha and Kitten saw when they opened their eyes was Noah's face. At that moment, Isha and Kitten both crashed at the same time. Isha continued to blink her eyes, seeming to be confused from sleep. After a while, she raised a lovely smile and rubbed her eyelids. Good morning, Teacher Noah. Compared to Isha, Kitten's performance was much more intense. After waking up and seeing Noah's face, Kitten's memory of last night all suddenly came back. Her pretty face quickly blushed, and she bit her lips. You dirty teacher. After saying that, Kitten didn't hesitate to swing her delicate iron fist and mercilessly punch towards Noah's face. With this attack, Kitten finally found her monstrous strength. With a heavy force that made a slight wind sound, she swung her fist heavily towards Noah's face. Although Noah was a god slayer, the special characteristics of a god slayer were all in the body: curse power and instinct. In terms of the body, it only made the bones harder, but it didn't increase the strength by much. Therefore, if Noah didn't use his authority and took the punch of Kitten's monstrous strength with his body, he wouldn't die, but he would definitely lie on the ground and couldn't get up for a long time. Noah could only quickly turn his head. Whoosh! The heavy force of the delicate iron fist brushed past Noah's cheek and swung behind him. The sharp oppressive wind even pierced Noah's cheeks and ears, making Noah's heart tremble. Kitten, are you trying to kill me? Kitten fiercely stared at Noah. Eliminate the female public enemy. How am I the female public enemy? Noah said speechlessly. I'm just, Before Noah could finish his sentence, he was covered by Kitten, who still had a slight blush on her face. Don't say it. Isha finally woke up from Noah and Kitten's banter. She found herself wrapped around Noah's body like an octopus. Her cute face blushed, and she quickly let go. She hugged the pillow and buried her face with a shy expression. If you want to sleep with us, you can tell us. Why did you come up here by yourself? I'm not mentally prepared yet. Senior Isha, you can't compromise so easily. Kitten nimbly climbed up from Noah's body. Her big watery eyes stared at Noah motionlessly, as if she wanted to use her gaze to poke a hole in Noah's body. This person is a big pervert. You can't be careless. Isha was shocked, and then looked at Noah with tears in her eyes. Is teacher a big pervert? Noah wanted to refute, but when he remembered that he was indeed lying on the bed by himself, he couldn't find the words to refute. He could only cover his face. Okay, it's all my fault. I'm guilty. I'll leave, okay? No, teacher didn't do anything wrong. He just didn't tell us in advance. Isha smiled shyly. Next time, let's all sleep together. Upon hearing this, Noah looked at Aisha in a daze and asked out of reflex. Can we? Of course. Isha nodded heavily, then looked at Kitten. Kitten thinks so too, right? However, Kitten didn't give Isha any face at all and shook her head without hesitation. Of course not. Ah. Isha lowered her head as if she was suddenly hit by a blow. How? How could this be? Seeing this, Noah found it funny. He got up and patted Isha and Kitten's heads. Okay, it's time to get up. Everyone get ready for school. Yes. Isha responded energetically. Even Kitten nodded gently. Together with Noah and Isha, they began to wash up. Since they woke up early, there weren't many people on Academy Avenue when Noah, Isha, and Kitten arrived at Komodo Academy together. It was a rare, quiet morning for Noah and the others. However, to Noah's surprise, Liaz and Jurai Himejima were waiting for them at the school gates. Aisha was the first to notice Liaz and Jurai Himeshima. It's Sister Liaz and Sister Jurai. Sisters? Since when did you have two demons as your sisters? Noah wanted to ask, but was interrupted by Liaz and Jurai Himeshima, who came up to them. Good morning. Jurai Himejima, who smelled like Yamato Natajima, greeted them politely. Sensei Noah, Aisha, and Kita-chan. You're early today. Good morning. Noah, Aisha, and Kitten greeted them as well. After everyone was done with their small talk, Leah cut to the chase. Kitten has told me the details. Leah's turned her eyes to Noah. What do you plan to do? All the girls, including Isha and Kitten, turned to Noah at once, as if wanting to hear Noah's opinion. Noah had become the leader of the group. Chapter 6:23. Let me make this clear first. I don't intend to get involved. Before Noah could give his answer, Leah spoke her mind first. The Holy Sword is absolutely harmful to us demons. No demon would want to get their hands on a holy weapon that will cause a certain amount of damage just by touching it, not to mention the fact that the angel faction and the fallen angel faction are still fighting over it. If I get involved, it will develop into a problem between the demons, the angels, and the fallen angel faction. That's not what I want to see. Apart from some truly twisted people, no one would want to see the arrival of war. That was because every war would only mean huge casualties. The three factions had suffered great losses due to the war in the past, and had yet to recover until now. They had fallen to the point where they could not survive without relying on humans. Therefore, Leah would never allow herself to get involved in an incident that would bring losses to the demon faction again. To put it simply, instead of getting involved, Leah chose to watch from the sidelines. To put it nicely, Leah wanted to give enough face to the angel faction and the fallen angel faction. To put it bluntly, Leah just felt that it had nothing to do with her and could not be bothered with it. Even if the battle for the Holy Sword between the angel faction and the fallen angel faction happened in her territory, Leah would still choose to watch from the sidelines. After all, if she got involved, not only would there be no benefits, but it would also cause all kinds of problems. As the next head of one of the pure-blooded demon families left in the demon faction, Leah's consideration was understandable. Of course, I also hope that you don't get involved. Leah met Noah's gaze and looked straight at it. Although you are a human, now that everyone knows that you're my fiancé, everyone will classify you as a member of the demon faction. If you get involved without permission, it will also cause the demon faction to be involved. Hearing that, Noah frowned. Regarding the engagement between Noah and Leah, as long as one knew about it, no one would take it seriously, including Noah and Leah herself. Noah had said before that the reason he didn't reject the engagement with Lias was because he was the one who suggested it when he made the bet with Riser. With so many demon nobles as witnesses, if Noah still refused to marry Leah after winning the duel, not only would it cause serious problems for Leah, but it would also directly declare that the bet was invalid. When the time came, the Phoenix family could use this as an excuse to make Lias fall back into Rizzle's clutches. With this in mind, Noah decided to delay it for the time being. That was what Liaz herself thought. She kept saying that she was engaged to Noah, but with Rizel as an example, how could she really agree to marry Noah under the arrangement of her family? All she wanted was to marry the man she loved. How long had it been since Noah met Leah? It hadn't even been a month, had it? Moreover, the two had only interacted with each other a few times, such as consulting and heart-to-heart talks about life. If Leah was so dead set on Noah, it would be too easy to win her heart. With such considerations, both Noah and Leah chose to delay it for the time being, and when the limelight died down, there would be as many ways to make the engagement fall through. In other words, even though they kept talking about the engagement, neither Noah nor Leah really took it seriously. It was also because of this that Song Na felt that it was too early to talk about Noah and Leah's engagement. Basically, no one else really cared about this issue because of this reason. Anyone who really thought that Noah and Leah would get married just like that was either someone who didn't know the inside story at all or a stupid onlooker. Of course, it was impossible for Sazax not to understand this problem, but he also chose to stand by and watch. Because the two of them couldn't get married in this situation, what if there was still development in the future? So, no one would know what would happen in the future. At least for now, among those who knew, no one really thought that Noah and Leah would get married just like that. To be honest, the people who could be said to be Noah's love were Mira, Lisanna, and half of the Holy Son who made a 3-year promise with Noah in another world. And when it came to people who were close to him, there were many, and almost every world had them. Whether or not he could develop the so-called love with those girls would depend on the future. After all, there were quite a few girls who had a little physical contact with Noah, but it would be too much of a stretch to say that it was love or liking. That didn't mean anything at all. All in all, the development in the future would depend on the future. Currently, the only ones who were really related to Noah were Mira and Lisanna in another world. This was an undeniable fact. However, in the eyes of others, this was certainly not the case. Because the engagement between Noah and Leah was real. No matter how it would develop in the future, it existed now. This was enough for everyone to classify Noah as a member of the demon faction. Even if Noah himself didn't think so, others would think so. This was uncontrollable. In this regard, Noah only wanted to say, "What others think has nothing to do with me." Everyone present was stunned and couldn't react. I'll decide if I want to get involved or not. I won't be restrained by some messy things, Noah said without turning back as he walked past Leah's and continued to walk forward. Besides, if the demon faction gets involved because of my problem, then with the way those so-called higher-ups do things, they will definitely let the Gimli family immediately cancel the engagement between you and me and kick me out. That would be a good thing for us, wouldn't it? Noah had long been used to similar methods. This was the way the so-called high-ranking officials did things. That was why Noah did not have the slightest doubt that if something happened to the demon camp, because of him, the demon camp would definitely cancel the engagement between Noah and Laius and cast him off cleanly. There was no need to worry about this at all. Leah, who came to her senses, quickly led the girls to catch up with Noah. In other words, do you plan to intervene? Let's talk about this question after we figure out why Kobold chose to sneak into this town. Noah sighed. So, before I find Korkabor, the angel camp and the fallen angel camp can mess around as much as they want. Well, although I already have a holy sword in my hands, those people will still find me sooner or later. In response, Riaz seemed to have something else to say. But after opening her mouth and hesitating for a moment, that was all that came out of her mouth. Then, I hope you don't let Yudin know about this, especially the holy sword. It's best if he doesn't see it. Noah suddenly asked in confusion. Why? That child has suffered a lot because of the holy sword. If he knows that the holy sword is in this town, I really don't know what he will do. Leah shook her head. Anyway, I plan to let Yudu stay by Huda Issei's side to protect him. No matter what, I won't let him get involved in the holy sword incident. Is that so? Noah nodded. I understand. I'll be careful. At this moment, the ground suddenly began to shake slightly for no reason, and it became more and more violent. In the end, the entire ground shook as if there was an earthquake. Leah, Junai, Kitten Aisha, and the girls were all shocked. What? What's going on? An earthquake? Around them, the students of Komodo Academy, who were also walking on Academy Avenue, also panicked, and it was a mess. Noah, on the other hand, suddenly turned his head and looked in one direction after a flash of light in his eyes. Thud! In the next second, one of the rooms in the corner of the building that Noah was looking at seemed to have exploded, setting off a burst of fire that blew away the windows and walls. The students all cried out in shock. As for Leah, her expression had changed drastically. Even Noah's eyes suddenly focused. That was because that direction was where the student council was located. Everyone's hearts were in their mouths at once. Chapter 6:24. Everyone, go back to your classrooms. Don't run around the corridors. Don't panic. Go back to your classrooms. In the school building of Chariot King Academy, a group of teachers seemed to have received instructions from someone. They calmed down the students who had already arrived at Chariot King Academy, but had fallen into a state of panic due to the explosion at the student union. They arranged everything in an orderly manner. As the situation gradually stabilized, Noah, Liaz, Juno, Kitten, and Aisha ignored the teacher's instructions and rushed into the school building, sprinting toward the student union. It didn't take long for a room whose door had been blown away to appear before Noah and the others. The interior of the room seemed to have been ravaged by a fire. Not only were there glass shards and broken pieces of equipment everywhere, but the surrounding walls were also stained with scorch marks. Canna, Liaz was the first to rush into the student union and saw it immediately. On the ground of the student union, blackened bodies were strewn all over the place. They were all members of the student union. Just like how the members of the Supernatural Research Department were all Leah's kin, the members of the student union were all Canna's kin. In other words, the people lying on the ground were all demons. If it was a simple explosion, the demons would never be so severely injured and collectively lose consciousness. In other words, the explosion was definitely not as simple as a normal one. In fact, Noah did sense a trace of power residue in the air. It was the power of light that came from angels and fallen angels. Canna, Liaz looked around anxiously, but did not see Canna's figure. Aisha, Noah pressed down on her shoulder. Heal them first. Yes, yes. Isha, who was shocked by the scene in front of her, quickly came back to her senses. She quickly entered the room and squatted in front of the person closest to her. A pair of rings flashed on her fingers, covering her palms with a layer of soft green light. She began to treat the wounded. Kitten. Noah stared at the scene in front of him. Seeing that Liaz had lost her sense of propriety, he could only give orders for her. Please keep watch outside and don't let anyone come in. Understood. Both Jurai Himashima and Kitten nodded. They turned around and guarded the entrance of the student council office. Then, Noah walked into the student union. After looking around at the people on the ground, his eyes fixed on one of them. Almost at the same time, Leah noticed the person as well. She crouched down and picked him up. Zhuangji, wake up, Goop. The Jinlua Zhuangji groaned in pain. She seemed to have regained some of her consciousness, and she slowly opened her eyes. Lady, Lias, what's going on? She asked anxiously. Where is Tsangna? We were attacked. Zhuangji's face was filled with pain, but she resisted the pain in her body and spat out these words with difficulty. The culprit is an officer of the fallen angel. The president was taken away by him. After saying that, Zhuangji's head tilted and she lost consciousness. Zhuangji. Leo was shocked. She's fine. She's just unconscious. Noah crouched down and checked Zhuangji's breathing. Everyone here, including the vice president, is just unconscious. It's not a big deal. Aisha can heal them all. It was only then that she breathed a sigh of relief and gritted her teeth. The fallen angel. It seems that unlike the people from the church, the fallen angel wants to drag the demons into this dispute. Noah stood up and smiled sarcastically, attacking the family of the next head of the Seedy family, and even taking the next head of the Seedy family away. Liaz, if this matter were to spread to the demons, I don't think this matter will be settled peacefully, right? What is the fallen angel thinking? Leah's expression became uncertain. Not only did they attack the church, but they also took away the Holy Sword and Tsangna. Do they really want to start a war between the three forces again? Judging from what they're doing now, they really want to start a war between the three forces. Noah came to the side of the wall and looked up. Look, didn't they openly reveal their location? Leo was stunned. Then, she finally found it. On one of the walls of the student union office, there was a line of words written in blood. I've taken away Tsong's CD. If you want him, come to the abandoned church in the outskirts. There is no doubt that this was an invitation letter. It could also be said that it was a letter of challenge. From the start, the other party had never thought of covering up his actions. Leah trembled as she looked at the line of words on the wall. Her delicate face became extremely terrifying. Even her body was surging with red magic power. Korkabor. There was no need to think about who left this line of words. Tsongna was a superior demon. However, when Tsongna brought his kin, not only were they all wiped out, but their superior demon was also taken away by the other party. To be able to do this, other than people at the level of the fallen angel cadres, who else could it be? After all, Noah and his party were not far from Chariot King Academy. Under such circumstances, if they were to attack a team of superior demons, Noah would discover the commotion as long as they were entangled for a while. In the end, even Noah only noticed it after the other party's attack was successful. It was conceivable that the other party must have wiped out Sidi's kin in an extremely short period of time before taking Tsongna away. Therefore, it went without saying that the person who did this could only be Kokbor. What do we do now? Noah glanced at Leah. The other party is obviously looking for trouble with the angel and demon factions in this town. They took the holy sword and Tsongna away. Conflict is unavoidable. I know. Leah's voice was terrifyingly low. Since things have developed to this point, we can only save Tsong. So, we are falling into the other party's trap? Noah shrugged and turned to look at Aisha. Aisha, you stay here and treat the people from the student council. Yes, Aisha nodded heavily. She then focused on the treatment. Then, Noah turned around. I'll leave this to Aisha. Let's go meet Korkabor. Leah nodded silently. The sky outside the window began to darken, shrouded by a layer of gray clouds. It was as if the calm before the storm. There was an abandoned church on the outskirts of the town. The surroundings of the church were densely packed with trees. Because of the terrain, almost no one in the town would come here to pray. Over time, the church closed down. It could be said that fallen angels would often set their sights on this type of defunct church. As angels in the past, many of them held grudges against the gods they served in the past after they fell. Therefore, seeing a church under the management of a god go bankrupt was undoubtedly what the fallen angels liked the most. It was not strange for them to choose this place as their shelter. After leaving Aisha at Kuma Academy, Noah, Lias, Junai Himejima, and Kitten arrived at the academy. As soon as they saw the abandoned church in the middle of the forest, two figures appeared in front of Noah and the others. In an instant, the two groups of people looked at each other with a stunned expression. Ryaz and Jurai Himeshima looked at each other in dismay. Maids? Yes. Two maids appeared in front of Noah and the others. To be more precise, they were two sword saints of the church dressed in maid uniforms. They were Genova and Irina. Noah and the kitten looked at each other when they saw the weird looks on Leah's and Jurai Himeshima's faces. They both saw a smile in each other's eyes. Genova and Irina, on the other hand, glared at Noah with a face full of humiliation. Genova and Irina had seen Leah's and Jurai Himeshima's reactions many times over the course of the day. Naturally, Genova and Irina wanted to cut Noah into pieces for putting them in such a situation. However, both of them admitted that they were no match for Noah. Thus, they could only display such a humiliating performance. Seeing this, Noah wanted to say, "You deserve it. You deserve it." Chapter 6:25. You? Why are you here? As if he was deliberately hiding the humiliation in his heart, Genova stared at Noah with a sharp gaze. If I remember correctly, you promised us last night that you would tell Lias Jamonli about our conversation, right? You said it yourself. It's just a message. I can't control what decision Lias will make in the end. Noah curled his lips into a smile. However, since you asked me this question, it means that your purpose is the same as ours. You're all here for the fallen angel, right? In other words, you're also here for the fallen angel. Irina looked around at Noah, Lias, Jurai Himeshima, and Kitten. She seemed to be in a bad mood. In the end, the demons are still involved. If the higher-ups know about this, our evaluation will definitely drop a lot, won't it? So, Sword Saints of the Church, you are here to retrieve the sacred sword. Am I right? Leah stepped forward, crossing her arms and looking at Genova and Irina with an awe-inspiring air. I am Lias Jamanli. We know. It's just as the information said. You have the same red hair as your brother, the great demon king Lucifer. We recognized you from the beginning, Genova said coldly. Lias Jamanli, do you also want to participate in the fight for the Holy Sword? Hearing Genova's unfriendly words, Lias raised an eyebrow. You look like you have something to say. It's okay, just say it. We've already said that we don't want the demons to interfere in the fight for the Holy Sword. Genova's face was calm in the face of Lias' question. To the demons, the Holy Sword is a huge threat. Even if they can't get it, it's also a good thing if the Holy Sword disappears in the angels' camp. At least it can reduce the threat when the demons and angels clash. Genova's words had a hidden meaning behind them, and Leah's expression turned a little cold. I've said it just now. If you have something to say, just say it. There's no need to be so secretive. All right, then we'll get straight to the point, Genova said bluntly. The higher-ups of the church, including me, all feel that in order to remove the Holy Sword from the angel camp, you might be colluding with the fallen angels. So, if you want to participate in our matters, then even if you're the sister of the Demon King, we will destroy you. Those words infuriated Leah's right away. Noah, on the other hand, was not surprised by this at all. There was no telling if this Genova was really stupid or just too arrogant. He was always so boastful and self-centered when he was talking to Isha or Elias. To be able to accuse Aisha of associating with demons in front of Noah, and to be able to speak bluntly about eradicating Leah's in front of her, this person either had some trump card that allowed her to not show weakness even when facing a superior demon, or she was just an idiot and a lunatic. Intuition told Noah that it should be the former. Other than the Holy Sword of Destruction, Genova must have other trump cards that allowed him to declare that he would destroy a superior demon like Elias. It was precisely because of this that Irina wouldn't choose to interrupt and follow Genova's lead. Obviously, the church's trump card this time was in Genova's hands. Genova felt that with that trump card, he could win even against a superior demon like Elias. That was why he was so arrogant. On the contrary, because he was not sure if he could defeat Noah even if he used that trump card, Genova would choose to back down when facing Noah no matter how aggrieved he was. That was all there was to it. There was no telling if she had thought of the same thing as Noah. She suppressed the anger in her heart and spoke coldly. I will never collude with the fallen angels. I'm only here because my friend, the next head of the Sidi family, Kana Sidi, was captured by Korkabor. The officers of the fallen angels captured Kana Sidi. Genova was finally shocked. What is that Korkabor doing? Irina asked in disbelief. He went to the church to steal the Holy Sword and captured Kana Sidi. Is he planning to start a war between the three factions? Coincidentally, we have the same question. Lias looked up at the abandoned church in front of her. That's why we're here. Genova and Irina were speechless. If Lias had gotten involved because of the Holy Sword, then both Genova and Irina would have attacked her. However, if she was here to save the next head of the Sidi family, then the problem was different. After all, if Lias had come here for the Holy Sword, then Genova and Irina could attack her. After that, the church could stand in the limelight in the name of justice. However, if Genova and Irina still try to stop her to save Kana, then it would probably anger the demon camp and cause the church to be condemned. That was to say, this was just a matter of having a good reason. Korkabor clearly wants to involve the three factions in his dispute, and he doesn't care about the problem of causing a war between the three factions. It's useless for you to continue arguing here, Noah interjected casually from the side. Instead of worrying about the what-ifs, you should worry about how to deal with Korkabor. Whether you want to take back the Holy Sword or Kana, you have to go through Korkabor first. He's an officer of the fallen angels, and he's not someone you little girls can deal with. You don't even understand this and are discussing the what-ifs here. You're so stupid. That one sentence made everyone speechless. No matter how powerful and capable they were, the girls here were just a group of girls who had not even reached adulthood. How could they be as sharp as Noah, who had rolled and crawled in the dark world of the Dark Bullet? If you still want to argue, then say all you want here. Noah walked past everyone and headed toward the abandoned church, as if he could not stand it any longer. I'll go in first. After saying that, Noah did not even wait for the others to reply. He walked directly toward the door of the abandoned church, pushed it open, and entered the church. Teacher, seeing that Noah did not give her any face, Lias chased after him angrily like a young girl, which was rare for her. Seeing this, Himejima Jurai and Kitten also quickly followed. Even Genova and Irina looked at each other and followed in silence. As soon as he entered the church, Noah saw it. On the cross at the front of the church, a person was tied to it. His head was hanging, and he was unconscious. Kana, Lias, who had caught up from behind, saw the person on the cross, and her pretty face changed abruptly. Then, an angry expression appeared on her face as she shouted to the surroundings. Korkabor, come out. As soon as her voice trailed off, a mocking voice rang. Don't be so hasty, Sazak's sister. This is a greeting gift. We won't kill him right away. As this sentence echoed throughout the church, a heavy pressure suddenly filled the surroundings. Lias, Himejima Jurai, Kitten, Genova, Irina, and the others who caught up froze and could not move. Only Noah narrowed his eyes slightly, as if he was not affected at all. He raised his head and looked at the top of the cross. Their figure slowly descended. It was a man wearing an exquisite, luxurious robe. With the cross as the background, the man looked like an angel descending from the sky. With wings on his back, he landed lightly and appeared in front of everyone. Of course, that was not a real angel, because a real angel would not have such pitch-black wings. Seeing the wings on the man's back, everyone except Noah had a serious expression. On the man's back, there were 5 pairs of 10 wings. The level of an angel and a fallen angel was determined by the number of wings. Whether it was an angel or a fallen angel, currently, the highest level was 6 pairs of 12 wings. In other words, the man was only one step away from the highest level, which was 6 pairs of 12 wings. This was the fallen angel cadre who had survived the battle with the gods and demons Korkabor. Looking at Noah from above, Korkabor smiled. I've been wanting to meet you for a long time, God Slayer. Chapter 6:26. I've wanted to see you for a long time, God Slayer. Although he said this, Korkabor's condescending gaze at Noah was full of ridicule and mockery. Even if he used his knees to think, Noah knew why Korkabor was behaving this way. A mere human actually claims to have killed a god. When Asashel told me this, I almost burst out laughing. Without Noah saying it himself, Korkabor unscrupulously explained why he looked at Noah with such a gaze. If gods and demon kings were so easy to kill, I wouldn't have had to struggle so hard to survive during the great war between the 3 forces. Kid, once you've seen the power of gods and demon kings, you'll never be able to say such things. Korkabor sneered. However, your stupid words made me happy for a while, so you can continue to call yourself a god slayer. There should be many people like me who find it quite funny. It's the best way to pass the time in these boring days without war. Listening to Korkabor's mocking words, Noah only glanced at him, and his shoulders immediately relaxed. I see. Is this the ability of a fallen angel cadre? Oh, Korkabor raised his eyebrows. What? Do you still want to regain your face in front of me? No, I'm just a little emotional. I thought too highly of you before. Noah curled his lips. You know what? After Sazak saw me, he no longer suspected that I was a god slayer. Sazak's? Korkabor was slightly startled. Isn't there a very good saying? A strong person can clearly know the strength of an existence that is also a strong person and an existence that is stronger than him. Noah raised his eyes slightly and looked at Korkabor. You can't even tell what kind of strength your opponent has. No wonder you can only struggle at death's door under the hands of gods and demon kings. A ferocious glint flashed across Keber's eyes, and the smile on his face turned slightly savage. Not bad. You have a sharp tongue. I'll tear that mouth of yours apart and bring your head to Sizak's. I'll tell him how bad his taste is. Keba. Laius could not help but step forward and stare at Keba. Do you really want to start a war between the three forces? What? You've already seen through it, haven't you? Keba spread his hands and feigned helplessness. Originally, I thought that if I snatched the holy sword, that guy Michael would not be able to hold back and bring his troops to kill me. In the end, he only sent 2 unknown holy sword emissaries to their deaths. I had no choice but to snatch this little girl. With that, Keba floated to Kanna's side, who was tied to the cross. He reached out and placed his hand on the unconscious Kanna's shoulder. Since I can't do anything to the angels, then I can only do something to the demons. Coincidentally, I have my eyes on her. As long as I snatch her, Seraph should be here. With you here too, Sizak's will not be able to hold back an attack, right? This is great. Leah's expression turned extremely ugly. Have you gone crazy? Crazy? I'll really go crazy if this continues. Keba could not help but laugh out loud, looking a little deranged. Ever since the war ended, I've been extremely bored every day. That guy Sashel even said that he would not start a second war. When I think about how I can only live in this boring life for countless years, I can't help but want to destroy everything. That's right. I can't take it anymore. Keba looked coldly at Laius. Since everyone doesn't want to fight anymore, then even if I'm the only one left, I'll wage war against the angels and demons. I'll kill the 4 great demon kings, and then kill Michael. No one can stop me. Everyone couldn't help but shudder when they heard Keber's crazy speech. I see. Is that why you invaded this town? Noah was the only one who wasn't affected at all, as he spoke calmly. Because Laius and Kanna are in this town. As long as we capture them, or even kill them, we'll incur the wrath of the demon camp. Right? Laius' brother was one of the 4 great demon kings, Lucifer. Compared to Laius, Kanna's background was just as strong. As for why, Kanna's sister was also one of the 4 great demon kings. One of the 4 great demon kings, Leviathan Seraph Cassidy. She was Kanna's sister by blood. In other words, Laius and Kanna were not only the next leaders of the pure-blooded demon family, but their brothers and sisters were also 2 of the 4 great demon kings. If something happened to Laius and Kanna, then Sizak's and Seraph would probably go crazy, right? When that happens, Keber's goal of starting a war would be achieved. Well, choosing this town is more or less because of the Godslayer. Keber looked at Noah with contempt. I just want to see what a stupid human who dares to claim to have killed a god looks like. After killing you, I'll tell others that I've killed the person who claimed to have killed a god, proving that I'm stronger than a god. If that happens, Michael will go crazy too, right? Should I say that this person is smart? Or should I say that this person is stupid? Should I say that he is smart? This person is like a madman who wants to start a war between the 3 factions by himself. Should I say that he is stupid? This person is meticulous enough to plan everything. First, he used the holy sword to involve the church in his dispute. Then he kidnapped Kanna and got the demons involved. After that, he wanted to kill Noah and Laius, driving the angel camp and the demon camp into a frenzy so that he could succeed. However, just as Songna had said, Noah's identity as the God-Slayer had indeed attracted people with ill intentions like Keba. This was indeed a sensitive matter for the 3 major factions, and there was a possibility that it could trigger a war between the 3 major factions. In the end, it was impossible to get rid of a fly no matter how hard one tried. Unfortunately, Keba still miscalculated. I stole the holy sword, but in the end, the highest ruler of the angel camp, Michael, did not come. I stole the demon king's sister, and in the end, the highest ruler of the demon camp, the 4 great demon kings, did not come either. Noah could not help but laugh. It was a very sarcastic laugh. You just want to tell us that you put on a one-man show, right? Keba snorted coldly. As long as I kill you here, kill Sizak's and Seraphil's sister, and kill everyone from the angel camp and the demon camp, The three-way war between the demons, angels, and fallen angels will break out sooner or later. I've waited for so long, and I don't mind waiting a little longer. With that, Kokero turned around and looked at Kana, who was tied to the cross. The corner of his mouth curled into a ruthless arc. I thought that by capturing this woman, Seraph would be lured over, but if neither Michael nor Seraph comes, then she's useless. Hearing that, Lias had a very bad premonition in her heart. Then, she finally thought of something, and her pretty face changed drastically. Amidst the sound of space vibrating, a rich power of light appeared in Keber's hand. It was as if a large number of fireflies had gathered together and gathered in his palm. Not long after, a dazzling, gigantic spear of light that was taller than a person and as gorgeous as if it was specially decorated appeared in Keber's hand. Keber raised it up. Don't hate me. If you want to hate you for being Seraph's sister. Hate this overly peaceful world. With that, the gigantic spear of light was swung by Keber. It rubbed against the air, and amidst the sharp sound of air tearing, it viciously pierced through the heart of Kana, who was tied to the cross. No! Lias let out a miserable cry. Both Jurai Himashima and Kitten widened their eyes, but they knew that they could do nothing to stop it. Almost instinctively, they turned their heads away. Only Genova and Irina undid the bandages on the Holy Sword of Destruction, while Irina transformed the Holy Sword of Mimicry from its rope form into a sword form. They raised the Holy Sword in their hands and prepared to fight Corkboar. Under such circumstances, the dazzling spear of light landed heavily on the cross. Boom! A loud explosion rang out. Chapter 6:27. Bam! Amidst the deafening roar, the tall cross inside the abandoned church suddenly exploded under the direct attack of the spear of light containing terrifying power. It completely turned into fragments, shooting in all directions like bullets. Danger! Genova and Irina, who were already prepared, were the first to react. They each raised the holy swords in their hands and used them as a shield in front of them. With a series of clanking sounds, they blocked all the pieces of debris that shot out like bullets. Minister, Junai, and Kitten also reacted in an instant. They both leaped in front of Lias and crossed their arms in front of their bodies. In front of Junai, an intricate magic circle spun out and blocked all the debris like a shield. The Kitten was even more direct. She didn't even use magic, and instead spread her arms in front of Lias with her superior defensive prowess, stopping all the pebbles from hitting her. Kana, Lias, who was protected by Junai and Kitten behind her, could only stare at the cross anxiously as she screamed at the top of her lungs. However, almost at the same time, a calm voice came from beside Lias. Don't worry, Kana is fine. Upon hearing that, everyone, including Kobold, who was holding the spear of light, instinctively turned their eyes to the source of the voice. When everyone saw the scene in front of them clearly, they were all stunned. The one who spoke was, of course, Noah. However, he was not the only one in Noah's direction. Without anyone noticing, Kana, who was still tied to the cross a second ago, was now in Noah's arms. She was being carried in a princess, carried by Noah. What dash? Kobold was shocked. He quickly turned his head and looked at the spot where the cross used to be. There, the cross had suddenly collapsed into a pile of debris and no longer existed. Kana, on the other hand, was lying in Noah's arms. Undoubtedly, a second ago, Kobold was still aiming his attack at Kana, who was firmly tied to the cross. At this time, Sangna was lying in Noah's arms. What did this mean? This meant that in the instant Keber launched his attack, Noah had not only arrived in front of the cross, but also beside Keber in a way that Keber could not detect, but had also rescued Sangna and returned to his original position. The way Keber looked at Noah changed completely. When, ignoring Keber's shock and confusion, Noah did not even look at Keber as he squatted down. It was only then that Leah came to her senses and hurried to Noah's side. She crouched down and checked Kana's body before heaving a sigh of relief. There weren't any obvious injuries on Song Na's body. He had only fainted. Come to think of it, Ko Keber must have knocked Song Na unconscious from the very beginning and captured him. Then, when Song Na's kin rose up to resist, he immediately launched a large-scale counterattack, which led to the explosion of the student council and the annihilation of Sidi's kin. After handing Kana to Leah, Noah stood up and looked up at Ko Keber. The moment Noah stared at him, Ko Keber felt an inexplicable chill in his heart, as if he was being stared at by some monster. His body trembled, and Ko Keber could not help but sway. What is this feeling of danger? Oh, Noah narrowed his eyes slightly and smiled. Looks like you're not that weak after all. Even if you couldn't detect your opponent's strength when you first met him, you still felt danger when you were being stared at. You didn't lose your reputation as a fallen angel. Ko Keber was speechless, as if he was insulted. Despicable human who only knows how to play tricks. Whether it's a trick or not, you'll know soon enough, Noah said calmly. Well, since we're already at this point, there's no need to hide anymore. Hurry up and call your companions out. Companions? Ko Keber was stunned. What companions? Noah frowned. What? Are you the only one from the fallen angel camp who came to this town? I did bring a few subordinates, but those guys aren't qualified to be companions. Ko Keber sneered. However, it doesn't matter. I've said it before. Even if I'm alone, I'll fight this war to the end. So don't worry. I don't have anyone from the fallen angel camp who can be called my companions. Hearing this, Noah's eyes suddenly flashed. Ko Keber is the only one from the fallen angel camp who came? Then, what's with the White Dragon Emperor? Isn't Wally from the fallen angel camp? Moreover, Varley had indeed arrived in this town not too long ago, and there wasn't much of a difference in timing between him and Kokbor when he had infiltrated this town. If that's the case, why hasn't Wally come out yet? And Ko Keber said that he's the only one from the fallen angel camp? Could it be that Ko Keber doesn't know that Wally has come to this town? Or could it be that Wally and Ko Keber aren't on the same side? As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Noah fully activated his sensory ability and scanned the entire area that his sensory ability could cover. After confirming that there was indeed no aura that could compare to Ko Keber's, he calmed down. Well, that's fine too. Noah's gaze turned cold as he looked at Ko Keber. Then, I don't need to worry about other things. I'll just deal with you directly. Ko Keber was enraged. Don't get too carried away. The 5 pairs of black wings on his back shook, and Ko Keber's entire body emitted a dazzling halo as he gathered an extremely large amount of light power. Die! As Ko Keber roared, the massive amount of light power directly transformed into a gigantic spear of light as the air vibrated. It continued to absorb the light power that was hovering around Ko Keber, and as if a heart was beating, its body expanded bit by bit. Seeing Ko Keber raise the spear of light that looked like it could pierce through heaven and earth, the expressions of Leah's and the others completely changed. Get out of here, quick! Without any hesitation, Junai and the little cat spread their demonic wings and darted out of the abandoned church, with Leah's in the lead while carrying Kangna in her arms. Genova and Irina also turned around and rushed out of the door of the abandoned church without a care in the world, leaving this dangerous place. Then, as if a heavy mountain with a sharp tip had descended from the sky, the spear of light suddenly shot out and landed heavily on Noah, the only one who was still standing in the church. Against the wind pressure, the spear of light landed heavily on him. Dong! The abandoned church in the middle of the forest was abruptly shattered by a violent shockwave, stirring up a violent gale and intense flames that instantly enveloped the entire scene. Kacha-kacha! Without any suspense, the ground was continuously cracked by the shockwave-like winds and waves that rippled outwards one after another. Pa-pa-pa-pa! Trees were toppled one after another. Yeah! With Leah's in the lead, the group of girls who escaped the abandoned church without looking back were all caught in the violent shockwave and blown away like kites with their strings cut. Some fell to the ground, while others directly crashed into tree trunks and slid down. Relying on her superior defense to withstand the impact, Kitten stabilized herself after rolling on the ground and looking at the intense shockwave and flames before her. Her big, watery eyes could not help but tremble. Teacher, it was not just Kitten. Even Liaz and Junai were looking ahead worriedly and kept quiet. Boom! At that moment, a clear muffled sound suddenly rang out from the center of the intense flames and violent shockwave. Growling. Then, with a muffled cry, a figure was sent flying backward, breaking through the flames and shockwaves like a hot knife through butter before crashing heavily on the ground. The figure did not slow down as it continued to glide across the cracked ground, digging a trench that was dozens of meters long with its body before stopping not far away from Liaz and the others. Liaz and the others widened their eyes when they saw the figure that glided to not far away from them. Chapter 628. Liaz, Junai, Kitten, Genova, and Irina watched as the man was sent flying by a heavy object, leaving a long trench in the ground and slid down in front of them. The 5 girls could barely react in time. Meanwhile, Kokar, who was rubbing his face against the ground, leaped up abruptly. He covered his face as he stared ahead in fury and disbelief. How is this possible? Under Cockbur's gaze, a figure slowly walked out from the center of the raging storm and the intense light of the flames. It was none other than Noah, who was completely unscathed. How is it? Noah asked calmly as he walked toward Korkabor. Although he's a fallen angel cadre, it shouldn't be embarrassing to be kicked away by a god slayer, right? Hearing that, Lias and the others finally understood what was going on. However, after understanding, all the girls stared at Noah and Korkabor in a daze, unable to react in time. Kicking a fallen angel cadre away? Is this for real? Bastard. Korkabor's face was terrifyingly dark, but it was more of disbelief and anger. Why? Why is my attack ineffective against you? If it had been anyone else, they would have thought that Noah had blocked Keber's attack and then returned the favor with a kick, right? However, as the attacker, Korkabor clearly saw it. The spear of light that he had unleashed with all his might actually stopped when it landed on Noah's body. Then, it shattered and exploded, destroying the abandoned church and the surrounding environment into a complete mess. However, it could not bring any harm to Noah at all. That was the reason why Korkabor was shocked and in disbelief. What? Didn't I tell you? Noah raised his hand as though he was trying to show his body to the old man, enunciating each and every word clearly. After killing the fallen god, the god of disobedience, my physique as a godslayer has changed. As long as it's not an attack that can harm a god, unless it's a direct physical attack, all mystical powers are ineffective against this body. That includes the light powers of angels and fallen angels, as well as the magic powers of demons. At this point, Noah looked at Korkabor mockingly. Unfortunately, your power doesn't seem to be enough to threaten God. My unscathed body is proof of that. You. Korkabor could not help but take a step back. He looked at Noah as if he was looking at a monster. Are you still human? Unfortunately, you won't understand even if I explain it to you. Noah shrugged helplessly and looked at Korkabor with a faint smile. So, it's better for you to treat me as a human with a special physique. Stop arguing with me over there. Because of Noah's nonchalant attitude, which completely disregarded him, Keber was enraged. Dense light energy slowly surged out of Keber's body, filling the air above the empty space. So what if you're a godslayer? I'll never lose to you. With that shout, the power of light emanating from Keber's body suddenly turned and converged into a sword of light in his hand. As long as I kill you, the godslayer, and then go to Michael's place to show off, my goal will be achieved. After saying that, the wings on Korkabor's back flapped, and his body shot out like an arrow from a bow. He suddenly charged in Noah's direction, and the sword of light in his hand, which was wrapped in rich light power, brought along a sharp force that tore through the air as it viciously slashed down at Noah. Ear-piercing sonic booms rang out continuously. You really don't learn to be obedient. Facing the incoming sword of light, Noah raised his hand and clenched it into a fist. He pulled his body apart and got into a fighting stance as the light of magic rose from his body. All evildoers, be afraid of my power. Now, I shall obtain the majesty of 10 mountains, the strength of 100 rivers, and the strength of 1,000 dragons. The majestic me shall raise the ferocious power of slaying dragons, words that could give him the physique of a dragon, divine skills that far exceeded intuition and wildness, and the ability to kill dragon-like creatures reverberated in the surroundings like sound waves. On the stone plate with 10 patterns connected to its outline, one of the patterns suddenly lit up. With the support of the dragonoid incarnation, Noah only felt that his limbs were surging with power that was many times stronger than a human's. His senses instantly became sharper than anything else, and a glint flashed across his eyes. He raised his hand and let his fist collide with the sword of light. Clang! When the fleshly fist collided with the sword of light that did not have a physical body, it actually caused the sound of metal clashing, and a large amount of sparks sputtered. Of course, this stalemate did not last for long. Kacha! Even though Ko-Kebur had deliberately concentrated a large amount of the power of light on the sword of light in his hand, the absolute curse resistance that belonged to the God Slayer still caused the sword of light that struck Noah's fist to crack. In the end, with a crisp bang, it directly exploded. And in the midst of the sparks that did not have time to dissipate, the fist that contained the power of a dragon and the power to slay dragons landed heavily on Ko-Kebur's chest under the gaze of his contracted pupils. Bang! A muffled sound that was many times louder than before rang out. Ko-Kebur only felt an unparalleled force hit his body heavily, causing him to feel pain in his chest. After his feet scraped a deep mark that was nearly 10 meters long on the ground, his body crashed heavily into a tree trunk, and the tree trunk behind him was shaken into 2 pieces. With his back against the broken tree trunk, Ko-Kebur's face turned red, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Then his legs went soft, and his body slid down the tree trunk to sit on the ground. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. After being hit in the chest by a punch that was comparable to that of a dragon, even though he was a fallen angel cadre that was recorded in the Bible, he still ended up seriously injured. It was not that Ko-Kebur was too weak, but that his opponent was too foul. Yes, not only was his opponent strong, but he was also very foul. In terms of strength alone, Noah was already above Ko-Kebur. Coupled with his physique that was resistant to foul spells, Ko-Kebur, whose power of light was completely ineffective, naturally could not hurt Noah and could not effectively defend himself. If the sword of light just now could more or less offset the strength of Noah's punch, it would not have ended up like this. The most tragic part was that as soon as Kobold's sword of light came into contact with Noah's body, it would be nullified by Noah's physique, which had the ability to resist curses. Kobold could not even block the attack in the slightest, so he took a solid punch from the giant dragon. And that was the result. The famous fallen angel cadre was defeated in one move. Looking at this scene, Lias, Junai, and Little Kitten looked at each other and found a trace of shock in each other's eyes. The last time they faced Rizzle, Noah's attack with the white horse was actually a little more shocking. But that was, after all, just the scene they saw through a television screen. How could it be more shocking than the actual scene in front of them? Moreover, Rizzle was just a superior demon, and it was not a big deal that he was defeated in one move. Ko-Kebur, on the other hand, was a cadre of the fallen angels. A person who could survive under the hands of God and a demon king could not be compared at all. As such, it was naturally even more shocking. As for Genova and Irina, their expressions became extremely solemn. It was because in the hearts of these 2 believers, they were gradually becoming more and more certain of Noah's record of slaying a god. Under such circumstances, Noah just slowly walked up to Ko-Kebur and looked at him from above. Just like how Ko-Kebur looked at Noah from above in the abandoned church at the very beginning. His eyes were full of ridicule and mockery. You're a historical figure who once survived under the hands of God and a demon king, right? This time, can you also survive under the hands of a god slayer like me? Kokheber raised his head with difficulty and stared at Noah, and suddenly laughed. Anyway, I'm satisfied that I've lived longer than a god and a demon king. Everyone was stunned by his words. Chapter 629. Live longer than the gods and demon kings? Korkabor's words, however, left Leah's, Junai, Kitten, Genova, Irina, and the other bystanders stunned. What did that mean? Living longer than the demon king was pardonable. After all, the former 4 demon kings had all died in the great war between the 3 factions. It was understandable for Kokbor, who had lived until now, to say that he had lived longer than the demon kings. But what did he mean by living longer than the gods? Even Noah was stunned and confused, let alone Leah's and the rest. Kokbor laughed out loud as he saw everyone's reaction, including Noah. It was as if he found it funny from the bottom of his heart, as if he was mocking their ignorance. That's right. You don't know yet, so let me tell you. The next moment, Kokbor's words were enough to shake everyone's heart. In the great war between the 3 factions, other than the 4 demon kings, the gods had also died. Korkabor's laughter echoed with the word dead, echoing clearly throughout the empty space. Leah's and the rest were all stunned. What? Irina was the first to speak, a little confused. What did he just say? No one answered Irina's question. That was because everyone else also had a blank look on their faces. Even Noah was shocked. You said that God is dead. What? As the God Slayer, you don't know that the God in the Bible is dead? Kokbor held his chest and coughed as he mocked. But it's normal that you don't know. Humans are a bunch of creatures who can't avoid praying to the gods. No one knows what will happen to humans without the gods. Even Athashel ordered us not to let his subordinates know. Only the leaders and some members of the 3 factions know the truth. But I can tell you clearly that God is indeed dead. This time, everyone finally came to their senses. God is dead. Both Genova and Irina were in a daze. It was as if their souls had left their bodies, and they had no reaction. Do you know what you're talking about? Leah's could not help but cry out in disbelief. I've never even heard of such a thing. No, everyone should have heard of it. Your superiors should have also told you that out of the 3 great factions, all of them have fallen to the point where they can no longer continue without humans, right? Kokbor laughed coldly. You have to know that in the heavenly realm, angels are created by God. Even if they die, God can continue to create new angels. Under such circumstances, why would the heavenly realm become unable to continue without human beings? Hearing this, Genova and Irina's delicate bodies shuddered at the same time, and even their pupils contracted. Could it be? A guess also emerged in Noah's mind. Is it because the God in the Bible is dead, and pure angels can no longer be born? That's why the heavens have fallen to the point where they can't continue without relying on humans. What? Don't you know very well? Kokbor laughed in an extremely sarcastic manner. After the Great War, all 3 factions suffered heavy losses. The angel faction lost their god that they relied on. The demon faction lost all demon kings and most of the pure-blooded demons, and the fallen angel faction had nothing left except for their leaders. It was an indescribable tragedy, especially for angels and fallen angels. If they did not mate with humans, they would not be able to reproduce at all. The number of fallen angels could still be increased through the fall of angels, but pure angels would no longer increase after losing their god. This is the best evidence. As soon as he finished speaking, a bang was heard. Elena had already fainted and collapsed on the ground. Impossible! Impossible! Genova used the holy sword as a support. Her knees gave way, and she knelt on the ground. After a while, she screamed in Kokbor's direction. You're lying. If God is no longer here, then what's with our power? The exorcists from the churches could only use the power of exorcism after receiving God's blessing and stand out from the category of ordinary humans. If God was dead, then how could the exorcists of the churches continue to exist? That Michael fellow did well. Kokbor answered Genova's question with a funny look on his face. He replaced God and controlled the angel and human believers. He used this system that God left behind to manage human beliefs, so that the prayers, blessings, and exorcisms that were dedicated to God could be carried out to a certain extent. However, there were still loopholes in some aspects. If you think about it carefully, you'll understand. Compared to before, there are many more cases of heretics and believers being abandoned, right? Therefore, people with devout beliefs like Aisha would also be abandoned and reduced to witches. This was the reason. After hearing Kopbor's words, Genova sat on the ground, paralyzed. His expression was extremely pathetic, and one could not bear to look at him. As a servant of God, serving God was his mission to live to this day. He had devoted his entire life to his belief in God, and was even willing to sacrifice himself for it. This was a believer. Now that they knew that God no longer existed, it was equivalent to losing the meaning of life for believers who believed in God. It was only natural that they would end up like this. In the end, I was forced to flee in a pathetic state during the war. After the war, they all died before me. What am I not satisfied with? Kopbor laughed out loud. Right. Isn't there a God Slayer here? Perhaps he was the one who killed the God of the Bible. This sentence was complete nonsense. If what Kopbor said was true, then God had died in the war between the three powers. However, the war between the three powers had already ended hundreds of years ago. How could it be Noah's doing? To be able to die in the hands of a God Slayer and live longer than God and the Demon King, I'm satisfied. Kopbor laughed maniacally. Come on, give me the final blow. Hearing this, Noah's expression turned cold. Since you want to die so much, I'll fulfill your wish. After saying this, Noah was about to raise his fist when his gaze suddenly froze. Whoosh! In the distant horizon, a flash of light like a meteor streaked across the sky, piercing through space and falling from the sky towards Noah's direction. Almost at the same time, Noah released the mana flowing in his body. The surging magic power directly turned into a wave of air. Under the state of the dragonoid avatar, it condensed and formed a thin layer of light curtain around Noah's body. The layer of light was connected to each other like dragon scales. It was the air scale ability that Noah used in the battle against Perseus. Its defensive power and sturdiness were comparable to Tony's steel barrier, the immortal body's authority ability. In the next moment, a flash of light from the horizon fell on Noah's body. Boom! As if a meteor had hit Earth, a monstrous impact spread out in a ring shape, setting off violent wind waves and bursting out with blinding flashes that shook the surroundings. Lias and the others did not even have time to react before they were drowned by the terrifying impact and disappeared without a trace. And at the center of the impact, Noah just raised one hand, his whole body rippling with the air scale's light membrane, blocking the terrifying attack from the front. Looking up, Noah saw it clearly. In front of Noah, a thick figure was directly hitting the air scale that covered Noah's body. The scene was like a meteor hitting a person whose body was shining, and the two were in a stalemate. As for the body of the meteor, it was a person wearing pure white full-body armor. The armor was inlaid with blue jade everywhere. Even his face was covered under the armor, and a pair of blue light wings on his back. Seeing the pair of light wings, Noah's eyes flashed. Wally, the one who came was the White Dragon Emperor. Wally raised his head under the helmet and said word by word, I said, I will come to you again. As soon as he finished, Wally raised a hand. Divide, eat. The next moment, Baoyu on Wally's armor issued a deep voice, causing Noah's air scales to suddenly darken. Boom! A violent bang resounded through the sky. Chapter 630. Gravel rolled on the cracked ground inch by inch, stirring up a crisp and subtle sound that echoed in the surrounding air. The center of the forest, which was originally located in the same corner as the abandoned church, was missing a large piece. What was left was the cracked reddish-yellow land and the fallen tree debris. In the center of such a wasteland, two figures stood facing each other. On the side, a man with 5 pairs of dark wings on his back fell to the ground and fainted. Looking at the figure covered in thick white armor opposite him, Noah raised his hand and looked up. There, the air scales that were originally strong enough to rival the immortal body were now extremely dim and weak. It could probably only block the attack of an ordinary superior demon. Of course, this was not Noah's doing. Did you notice? On the opposite side of Noah, Varley, who was covered in white armor, spoke. "This is my sacred gear, the ability of White Dragon Emperor's diving dividing. It can reduce the power of the people I touch by half every 10 seconds. The reduced power will become my food for my own use." Wally seemed to be trying to prove the authenticity of his words. The light wings behind him spread out, sprinkling star-like particles, and the aura on his body rose abruptly. "These powers were just usurped from your body. Unless you directly defeat me, soon, you, the God Slayer, will become weaker than a human child." Hearing this, Noah just clenched his fist and remained silent. It wasn't that Noah didn't know about the legendary sacred gear that was transformed from the two heavenly dragons. Therefore, without Varley saying it himself, Noah also knew. It was said that the ability of the Red Dragon Emperor's boosted gear was to double the owner's power and give the doubled power to others. The ability of the White Dragon Emperor's diving dividing was to reduce the strength of the person it came into contact with by half, and to use the reduced strength for its own use. This was the legendary ability of the Red Dragon Emperor and the White Dragon Emperor. The so-called God-slaying gear could be seen from these two sacred gear. There was no doubt that whether it was the Red Dragon Emperor's boosted gear or the White Dragon Emperor's diving dividing, their doubled and halved abilities were only temporary. If it was permanent, it would be too heaven-defying. But even so, as long as there was enough time, one of the two owners of the sacred gear would be able to increase their strength to the level of a god or demon king, while the other would be able to weaken a god or demon king to the point where they would be weaker than an ordinary human. In this way, even a god or demon king could be defeated. Fortunately, these two sacred gear required time and could only be used once every 10 seconds. Moreover, if the user's own strength was too weak, he wouldn't even be able to withstand the doubled and halved power, which would lead to his own collapse. Therefore, even if it was very powerful, it was not heaven-defying. However, when Varley had just activated his sacred gear ability, it did not reduce the power by half every 10 seconds, but it directly weakened Noah's air scale to the point where it directly disappeared. Noah could clearly feel it. When Varley activated his sacred gear ability, the strength of his own air scale was constantly reduced by half, and in less than a second, it was only left with this strength. In other words, in less than a second, Varley had activated the White Dragon Emperor's diving dividing ability more than once. This was not because Varley's words were pure lies. It was because Varley's explanation was not over yet. So that's how it is. Noah clenched his fists and stared at the pure white armor on Varley's body. Is that the balance breaker? Balance breaker. That was the ultimate domain of the sacred gear. When the sacred gear holder's thoughts and wishes were so intense that they could reverse the flow of the world, the sacred gear in the holder's body could reach another domain and exert extraordinary power. That domain was called the sacred gear's balance breaker. Varley was able to continuously use the half power in such a short period of time, and he had not only a pair of wings on his body, but also a full body armor. That should be Varley's balance breaker, right? That's right, this is my balance breaker, Wally answered without hiding anything. When using the balance breaker, I can have the opponent's power at any time and in any proportion. The balance breaker of the Red Dragon Emperor's boosted gear can double my power at any time and in any proportion. However, every time I use the ability, it will consume some power, and it will even shorten the duration of the balance breaker. That's all. That being said, Vale's voice was full of emotion. However, should I really say that he is worthy of being called the God Slayer? It was natural for Varley to have such feelings, because Varley did not seize the power of Noah's body at all. He only seized the power of the air scales. Noah's physique originally had a part that was not affected by external negative forces. Although Varley's half power was effective against Shendu and could offset Noah's curse resistance, an extremely obvious negative effect like power halved was not effective against Noah. As a result, Varley only seized the power of Noah's air scales, but it did not have any effect on Noah's own power. At best, it only made Noah's air scales ineffective. At that moment, Noah glanced at Varley. "You came here. Don't tell me you want to trigger a war between the three forces like Korkabor. Why would I?" Varley spread his hands. "Although for me, it would not be boring if there was a war, but as Sashel specifically told me not to mess around and to bring Korkabor back. So, can you give Korkabor to me?" Hearing this, Noah did not answer, but looked at Varley with a faint smile. This guy wanted to kill me until just now, and he even wanted to touch the people around me. And you want me to let him go? Korkabor is just a small character to you and me. It's not worth making a big fuss over him, Varley replied. Instead of wasting unnecessary energy on this small character, why don't you set your sights on the people in front of you? The people in front of you? Noah was slightly startled. Under Noah's gaze, the voice under Varley's helmet echoed. "Hey, what do you think you are in this world?" This question directly stumped Noah. After all, Noah had never seen the highest level of power in this world. In response, Varley did not seem to expect Noah to answer from the beginning, and continued to speak. "If you really have the ability to kill gods, then, in my opinion, you can at least be in the top 20 in this world." Top 20? Noah raised his eyebrows. "Don't think that I am underestimating you. This is indeed only my preliminary estimate. But with such an evaluation, you should be satisfied." Varley's voice became a little distant. Just like how demons, angels, fallen angels, and even humans have differences in strength, gods also have differences in strength. There are relatively weak gods, but there are also terrifyingly strong gods. No one naturally understood this principle. Just like the god of disobedience, there were also levels. The lower-level god of disobedience could even be sealed by humans themselves. The power of the highest-level god of disobedience, such as Velislana, Mekher, and the Trinity of Athena, was much stronger than the lower-level god of disobedience. In this world, the top 10 existences can easily kill gods. Varley's strong and powerful voice passed into Noah's ears. The one ranked first is even said to have unlimited power. Noah immediately understood what Varley meant. You can kill a god, but those in the top 10 can do the same. Moreover, it's easy for them to do so. The one ranked first even has unlimited power. Do you understand why I only ranked you in the top 20? Varley left such a sentence. And my goal is even higher than that. After saying this, Varley directly picked up the unconscious Korkabor, turned around, and flew into the sky. "Sooner or later, I will fight with you." Looking at Varley's gradually shrinking figure in the sky, Noah did not speak for a long time. Chapter 631. Colt King Academy. Infirmary, that'll do. Noah nodded after spraying disinfectant on the knee of a second-year female student who was injured in PE class and sticking a medical bandage on it. "Remember not to let your knee touch the water. You'll be fine after a while." "Yes, thank you, teacher." The female student, who was looking at Noah with eyes full of love, stood up reluctantly. Then, with the help of her blushing classmates, she walked out of the infirmary. Looking at the two female students who were extremely reluctant to leave the infirmary, Noah could not help but smile bitterly even though he was used to this scene. Then, he looked out of the window as his thoughts began to wander. It had been a few days since Korkabor had abducted Kangna and was taken away by Wally. After that, Noah found a group of girls who were blown away by Wally's attack, and all of them returned to the academy. Only then did he announce the end of this incident. After that, Leah's and Kanna became very busy. They often needed to contact the higher-ups of the demon faction and report all kinds of things that happened here. After all, the fallen angel cadres did attack the angel faction and the demon faction one after another, causing a dispute between the three factions. According to Leah's, now, the three factions seemed to be preparing for a discussion about this matter. Otherwise, it was very likely that it would really cause another war. Therefore, during this period, the Student Union and the Supernatural Research Department became very busy. Kitten had been at Leah's place for the past few days and did not go home. Even Aisha went to the student union to continue the follow-up treatment of Kanna's kin under Kanna's pleas. She did not come back recently. In other words, Noah had been coming here alone for the past few days. And occasionally, Noah would still think of what Wally said that day. Top 20. Wally said that although he had not seen Noah's true strength, since Noah could kill gods, then, even if Noah killed the weakest god, he could still be ranked in the top 20 of the world's combat strength. Frankly speaking, the existence that could kill gods could only be ranked in the top 20 more or less surprised Noah. One must know that in the world of god slayers, there were only 7 people in the world, including Noah, who could achieve the same result. And in this world, the people who could kill gods could not even be ranked in the top 10. It was easy to imagine how strong those fellows in the top 10 were. Of course, Wally's evaluation was based on the fact that Noah could kill the weakest gods. Most of the guys in the top 10 were also gods. If Noah had the ability to kill those gods, then he could be ranked in the top 3, let alone the top 10. Therefore, Noah was really uncertain about his ranking in this world. In terms of strength alone, perhaps as Wally said, he could at least be ranked in the top 20. However, if Noah could use the warrior, avatar, then even the one ranked first would probably be defeated by Noah. From his point of view, Noah's strength was really difficult to judge. It could only be said that in terms of strength alone, Noah was definitely not the strongest. Wally also said that the one ranked first had unlimited power. And no matter how arrogant Noah was, he could not claim that he had unlimited power. It seems that there are still many things in this world that I don't know, Noah muttered to himself. At this time, in front of Noah, a small communication magic circle suddenly flashed. Noah came back to his senses, and then he saw Liath's figure appear on the small communication magic circle. Liath looked around the infirmary. Looks like you're not very busy. Just in time, teacher, come to the supernatural research department. Noah could not help but feel suspicious when he saw Liath say such words directly to his face. What? Is there a problem? Sort of. On the small communication magic circle, Liath's deep laughter began to sound. Let me introduce you to my new servants. Colt King Academy, Supernatural Research Department. Looking at the 3 girls in front of him, Noah fell into a state of speechlessness. Yo! The one who greeted Noah with a very energetic voice was a cute girl with chestnut-colored twin ponytails who winked at Noah. We meet again. With the energetic girl's greeting as the beginning of the other 2 girls, one nodded at Noah with a serious face, while the other was a little nervous and shy, as if afraid that Noah would scold her. Irina, Genova, Aisha. The 3 girls who were also from the church stood side by side in front of Noah, making Noah fall into a state of speechlessness. It was not because of anything else. That was because Noah sensed the presence of magic from the 3 girls who came from the church, the magic that belonged to the demons. In other words, the 3 devout believers in front of him had all reincarnated into demons, including Aisha. Let me introduce them to you. The one who said this was Liath, who had been looking at Noah with a funny expression, as if she was expecting Noah to be surprised. I don't need to introduce their names, you already know them. So, let me introduce their new identities to you. Liath pointed at Genova. My knight, Genova. After that, Liath pointed at Irina. My pawn, Wisteria Irina. In the end, Liath pointed at the shy Aisha, who did not dare to look at Noah. Also my pawn, Aisha Aljet. The 3 above are my recent additions, Liath said to Noah, as if she was mocking him. Please take care of us from now on, master. Noah, Aisha, Genova, and Irina used their own expressions to say that to Noah in unison. Please take care of us. Noah felt that he could not keep up with the pace in front of him anymore. Undoubtedly, they had only been separated for a few days. What was with this change? Genova and Irina were believers of the church. How did they suddenly become Liath's demons? And Aisha, the girl who lived under the same roof as him, the cute girl who was like a little sister to him, how did she become Liath's pawn? Noah did not know how to react and could only look at Lilith speechlessly, which made her laugh. Don't look at me like that. Letting these 3 children reincarnate as demons and become my pawn only happened yesterday. It's not that I didn't want to tell you. Ah, it's not just you. I'm surprised myself. Irina laughed awkwardly before tears welled up in her eyes. I didn't expect that a devout believer like me would become a demon one day. This must be a punishment from the heavens. What does it matter? The Lord is no longer here, isn't he? Genova said, as if he had given up on himself. Since the Lord is no longer here, then it doesn't matter if we become demons. In other words, the 2 girls chose to reincarnate as demons because they knew that the God they believed in was dead. After knowing that the Lord is no longer here, Genova and Irina are already heretics to the church. Both of them were banished by the church, and because they had nowhere else to go, they became my pawn. Lilith crossed her arms and seemed to be in a good mood. By the way, Aisha has the twilight healing in her body. When she was reincarnated, she used 4 pawns. Although Irina doesn't have a sacred gear, she also used 4 pawns. Their potential is pretty good. There was a limit to using the evil pawn to reincarnate as a demon. If the reincarnated target had super strength or super potential, then it would require more pawns to be used. In other words, the potential and value of Isha and Irina, who had each consumed 4 pawns, were already very close to the value of a rook. Chapter 632. In the evil piece, other than the king, every other piece had its own value. The value of a queen was equivalent to 9 pawns. The value of a rook was equivalent to 5 pawns. The value of a knight was equivalent to 3 pawns. The bishop was worth 3 pawns. The value of pawn belonged to the lowest level of the base. When the evil piece was used, the evil piece would evaluate the value of the target based on the target's strength, ability, potential, and other aspects. The higher the value, the more evil pieces would be consumed. Both Aisha and Irina used 4 pawns when they were reincarnated. In other words, the value of Aisha and Irina was very close to the value of 5 pawns rooks. However, it was not surprising that the sacred gear, which was called the Twilight Healing, was lodged in Isha's body, so it was not strange that she had such a value. Irina did not have any special abilities, but she was chosen by the sacred sword and became its wielder. Her value was unimaginable. As for Genova, since there were only 2 knights in the evil piece set, and Leah's already had Yudo Kiba's knight, Genova should have only used 1 knight as well. However, the value of a knight was equivalent to 3 pawns. Genova, who used this chess piece, was definitely worth more than 3 pawns. He wouldn't lose out to Aisha or Irina. In other words, Riaz had obtained 3 potential stocks from a church. One of them had a sacred gear, and the other 2 were sacred swordsmen. Their potential was not bad. However, that was not what Noah was concerned about. Genova and Irina aside, why did Aisha reincarnate as a demon? Noah looked directly at Aisha. After hesitating for a moment, he asked with uncertainty, Aisha, are you dissatisfied with me, so you chose to join Riaz? No, it's not like that. Aisha's head shook like a rattle drum as she tried to explain in a panic. Because Sister Liaz is very good to me, and Kitten is also Sister Liaz's family. Even Genova and Irina, who are both from the church, have joined Sister Liaz's side, and the Lord is no longer here, so, as she spoke, tears welled up in the corners of Isha's eyes. She looked at Noah pitifully. Sensei, are you angry? Please don't blame Aisha-sensei. Following the smiling Junai, Kitten, who had been watching from the side, stepped forward and looked straight at Noah with an unusually firm expression. I'm the one who persuaded Aisha to become the minister's dependent. But Kitty-chan did it for my own good. Aisha quickly said, it's because knowing that the Lord is no longer here, I'm greatly affected. That's why Kitty-chan suggested for me to follow Sister Riaz and start a new life. It's definitely not because she hates you, Sensei. All right, I understand the general situation now. Noah rubbed his temples and immediately went straight to the point with Aisha, Genova, and Irina. because the God of the Bible is already dead. After knowing this, you three devout believers who have lost the meaning of life have all given up on yourselves and reincarnated as demons, right? Isha, Genova, and Irina were at a loss for words, as if their thoughts had been exposed. Should I say that these three girls are all idiots? Or should I say that they get along very well? They were all from the church, and they all believe in the dead God. They all had devout beliefs, but they were all demoted as heretics and exiled from the church. And after knowing that their God was already dead, all three of them almost gave up on themselves and reincarnated as demons. It seems that the trio from the church are all a bunch of silly girls who don't know the ways of the world. Forget it. If this is your choice, then I won't interfere. Noah sighed and glanced at Rias. But isn't it a little inappropriate for Aisha to become a pawn? Although Aisha had a sacred gear, she did not have any combat ability at all. Although Aisha would also gain magic power and physical abilities after becoming a demon, she did not know how to fight at all. Secondly, she was destined to only be a backup with her abilities. It was too inappropriate for such a girl to become a pawn who would charge at the front lines. Looking at Aisha's situation, a bishop who was good at support and focused on the development of magic power was more suitable for Aisha, was it not? Of course, Riaz understood Noah's meaning. Even so, she shrugged helplessly. I have no choice. I only have a rook and a knight left and 8 pawns. After giving the knight to Genova, only the pawn is suitable for Aisha and Irina. What? Noah was surprised. Don't you have any spare pieces for the bishop? I can only say that Aisha came at a bad time. Before Korkabor attacked, I had already used up the remaining bishop. Rhea smiled sweetly. So, next, let me introduce my bishop to you. She should be here soon. Just as she finished speaking, the magic circle carved on the ground of the Supernatural Research Department suddenly flashed. Bang! Amidst the scorching flames, a figure slowly appeared in front of everyone. When Noah saw the full appearance of the person who appeared in the flames, he frowned. It was a girl. She was wearing an elegant dress, her blonde hair tied into a drill-like double ponytail hairstyle. She was short, but her figure was much more prominent than other girls of the same age. She looked to be only 14 or 15 years old. That. The girl seemed to be a little nervous as she clutched her dress, her eyes constantly glancing at Noah's direction. Her face was slightly red, and she purposely made herself sound very calm as she raised her head and puffed out her chest. I'm Rebel Phoenix. Yes, Phoenix. The girl in front of him was the one who was summoned by Riesel and defeated by Noah's white horse in one move. Later, she begged Noah to let Riesel go and called Riesel brother. After such a long time, the girl who was supposed to be Riesel's sister and Riesel's kin had appeared before Noah once again. She had actually become Riesel's bishop. Noah had heard that superior demons with evil pieces could exchange their pieces with each other, but the condition was that the pieces must be of the same type. Could it be? Not long ago, the Phoenix family contacted me, saying that this child wishes to come to me and become my kin. Riesel pushed Rebel in front of everyone. So, I used an empty bishop to make a trade with Riesel and got Rebel. I just want to come to Lady Riesel's place for an apprenticeship. Rebel looked at Noah, her eyes wandering. But I didn't come here for you. The corner of Noah's mouth twitched, and he did not know how to react. If there's a chance, everyone will know about the other bishop in the future. With that, Riesel ended the conversation. Everyone should get along well. Chapter 633. Cheers. In Noah's room, with Elias in the lead, the group of Gamonli's kin gathered the drinks in their hands in the middle and clinked glasses with each other. With a loud and clear ding, the atmosphere in the room became lively all of a sudden. Liaz looked around at the girls in the room and showed a happy expression from the bottom of her heart. This way, other than the rook, all of my family members have been gathered. How fortunate! Every set of the evil piece had 16 pieces. Among them, there was only 1 king and 1 queen, 2 rook, 2 knight, and 2 bishop each. In addition to the 8 pawn, there were a total of 16 pawns. Now, Leah's was the king, Junai was the queen, Kitten was the rook, Genova was the knight, Label was the bishop, Shiba Yudo was the knight, and Shiba Yudo was the knight, who was not present because he needed to protect Shiba Kazanari and Aisha and Irina, who each used 4 pawns. Leah's only had 1 rook and 1 bishop left. According to Leah, her other bishop had actually been used, but due to special circumstances, that bishop was not by her side, and she could only use pawn as a pawn to reincarnate. Therefore, the only piece left that Leah's had not used was the rook. Although there's still 1 rook that I haven't used, but gaining 4 excellent dependents at once is indeed something worth celebrating, Leah's declared majestically. Let's celebrate today. Tomorrow, Genova, Irina, and Label, the 3 of you will have to report to Kuma Academy, and I will announce that you have officially joined the Supernatural Research Department. The girls with drinks in their hands responded in unison. Yes, Minister. Noah, who was also holding a drink in his hand, sighed as he watched the girls filling up his room. Some of them could only sit on the bed. I don't mind if you want to celebrate, but why do you want to celebrate in my room? Undoubtedly, the Supernatural Research Department takes up more space than mine, right? Upon hearing that, Leah said to Noah with a half smile, Can't help it. My dependents think that it's better to come to your house. Yes, when Leah suggested to celebrate and find a venue, every girl present suggested that they just go to Noah's house. After all, this is the room that we cleaned up. Irina raised her hand and answered like an elementary school student. I've always felt that I would feel a sense of belonging if I came here. The last time I came here, I thought that you were a deicide, but now, after becoming a demon, I feel safe around you. Genova laughed self-deprecatingly. Is this also a punishment from the heavens? I just want to see what kind of place the deicide lives. Label turned away, but her eyes were still sneaking glances at Noah. I didn't come here because I want to know where you live and what you look like. Junai said with a smile as she cupped one side of her face. I'm also very curious about where teacher Noah lives. After the girls expressed their thoughts one after another, Isha and the kitten sat upright on the bed with a "This is my home" look, leaving Noah speechless. Whatever. Do as you please. Noah finished the drink in his hand gloomily. Then, as if remembering something, he said to Leah's, But since you have the time to celebrate, it means that you're done with your work, right? At the mention of business, Leah's immediately became serious. Yes, the governor of the fallen angels, Asa Shur, has already conveyed the truth to the angels and demons regarding the matter of Kokibur. The decisions to steal the holy sword and attack the demon king's sister were all done by Kokibur alone. The other officers had no idea. And the crime of trying to start a war again has made the fallen angel camp decide to sentence Kokibur to eternal freezing. He will be frozen in the lowest level of hell forever, never to see the light of day again. In other words, Kokibur was equivalent to being imprisoned for life, never to see the light of day again. And with Kokibur's personality as a war maniac, such a punishment was countless times worse than dying at Noah's hands, right? Because it was a riot caused by one of their own, the fallen angel camp decided to deal with it themselves, right? Leah's narrowed her eyes. The White Dragon Emperor, who joined the fallen angel camp, did intervene. So, even if teacher didn't defeat Kokibur, the White Dragon Emperor would have taken action and forcibly brought Kokibur back, right? In the end, the 3 forces have decided to hold a meeting. Zhu Nai interrupted and said in an unprecedented tone of disgust, I heard that the governor of the fallen angels, Asa Shur, seemed to have something to say during the meeting. Some people think that he might be apologizing to appease Kokibur's matter. The representatives of the 3 major forces gathered together for a meeting. Noah curled his lips and smiled in an interesting tone. In other words, Wally, the White Dragon Emperor, will also represent the fallen angels. It is said that other than the governor of the fallen angels, Asa Shur, only the White Dragon Emperor will follow the fallen angels for the meeting this time. Leah's eyes flickered. The demons have long received reliable news that Asa sure seems to have been gathering the holders of sacred gear, making the angels and demons very vigilant. I don't know what Asa sure plans to do with those sacred gear. At this point, Leah's looked around at everyone present, and among the holders of the sacred gear gathered by Athaziel, the White Dragon Emperor can be said to be the best. I heard that with the addition of the fallen angel cadres, his strength is enough to rank in the top 5 in the entire fallen angel camp. He's much stronger than Korkabor. Top 5. The girls looked at each other and stood up. He can rank in the top 5 in the entire fallen angel camp? That is equivalent to having strength close to the Demon King level, right? After all, among the fallen angels, the top 3 had the strength of the Demon King level. The highest ranking and most powerful governor, Asa Shur, had fought with gods and demon kings since ancient times. His strength was definitely above ordinary demon kings. The current White Dragon Emperor is actually that powerful. Label frowned and asked Leas, "Then, what about the current Red Dragon Emperor?" As soon as the sentence came out, everyone, including Noah, Leas, Junai, Kitten, and the others, showed strange expressions. All right. After a while, Leas spoke calmly. "Let's continue to celebrate." Huh. Label was suddenly puzzled. "But the Red Dragon Emperor don't think so much," Kitten also said expressionlessly. "Now, let's just celebrate." Genova suddenly seemed to remember something and opened a large box beside him. "If you want to celebrate, I have something good here." Hearing this, everyone leaned over to take a look and was immediately stunned. The box was filled with bottles of wine. "I heard that wine is always indispensable during celebrations," Genova said calmly. "You can't drink in the church, but now that I'm a demon, I want to give it a try." "Wait." As the current teacher, Noah immediately said, "Students can't drink." However, the group of curious girls could no longer stop him. "This is an exception, right? Once in a while is fine, right? It's not bad to give it a try, right?" 3 rhetorical questions in a row, and the situation was finally heading toward a terrible situation. Chapter 634. About an hour into the celebration, Noah looked at the scene in front of him and covered his face as if he could not bear to look at it. "Ugh, Junai, I still want minister here." On both sides of the small round table, Lisha and Junai each held a bottle of wine tightly. Their faces were flushed, and their eyes were the most intoxicating kind of blur as they competed with each other. Kitty, Senior, Aisha, beside them, Aisha and Kitty hugged each other, giggling as if they had not slept for 3 days. "You heretic, it's because there are heretics like you. That's why the Lord abandoned us and left." "No, you're the heretic. You're the heretic." On the other hand, Genova and Irina started an argument for no reason. They were pinching each other's faces as they argued, and they were pinching each other's faces as if their lives depended on it. Around these girls, bottles of wine littered the floor of the room as if they were free. The air was filled with the thick smell of wine, telling others why these girls were acting so strangely. Sigh. Noah, regretting that he could not stop all of this, could only look at the sky and sigh. If there really is a God behind all of this, then it must be the so-called God's revenge on me, the God Slayer, right? For an entire hour, Lisha and Jimenez's kin were all drinking as if their lives depended on it. Not for anything else, but because of what Irina said before they started drinking to celebrate. We are all demons, and our bodies are much stronger than humans. If we drink too little, we won't be able to taste the true essence of the wine, right? And so, a terrible drinking contest began. At first, it was Lisha and Junai's contest. These two king and queen, who seemed to be on very good terms with each other, were extremely competitive with each other. In a situation where neither of them was willing to admit defeat, the two girls who originally only had the thought of tasting each other ended up in this state. Then, it was Genova and Irina's contest. These two believers were both from the church and had been quarreling over some inexplicable matters since a long time ago. Now, as soon as they started drinking, the two of them started drinking as if they were having convulsions. Then, they ended up like this. As for Aisha and Kitty, They were just drinking with the others. In the end, as the others drank more and more fiercely, the two girls could only follow suit and be forced to drink. Soon after, they also became like this. What could Noah say? Even if he could, these drunkards in front of him would definitely not listen, right? If this continues, I'm afraid these girls won't be able to go home tonight. Noah was conflicted. When he glanced at Lisha, Junai, Aisha, Kitty, Genova, and Irina, he was suddenly stunned. Where's Lisha? As soon as he said that, a pair of hands suddenly reached out from behind Noah and wrapped around Noah's neck. Then a petite, soft, and surprisingly well-endowed body pressed against Noah's back. Her entire body was on Noah's back, and Noah could smell the thick scent of alcohol. At that moment, Noah quickly turned his head around and saw the person he was looking at. Leisha's pretty face was flushed, and she was so drunk that she could not be any more drunk. She stared straight at Noah with bewitching eyes, her chin resting on Noah's shoulder as she revealed an intoxicating smile. Lord Noah, the way she addressed him, made the corner of Noah's eye twitch. Ever since Lisha appeared in the Supernatural Research Department as Lisha's servant, this girl's behavior had made Noah speechless. Logically speaking, Noah felt that Lisha hated him. After all, this girl had always looked at Noah with disdain or anger, and even looked at Noah with disdain. Of course, Lisha had reason to hate Noah. During the battle with Rizzle, not only did Noah burn all of Phoenix's servants, but he also tortured Rizzle to the point that he wished he was dead. But in fact, Noah could feel that Lisha was secretly looking at him from time to time, and she would even blush like a young girl in love. Noah had seen this look countless times in the love-struck students of Foal King Academy, so naturally, he could recognize it. However, even Noah was confused as to what Laybell was thinking when she displayed a look of disgust, as well as a look of blushing heartbeat. So, Noah decided to just ignore Lisha. But now this girl was behaving like this again. What was she trying to do? While Noah was complaining inwardly, Lisha, who was hugging Noah's neck tightly, actually rubbed her face against his. Lord Noah, I finally get to see you. I really want to see you. What are you doing? Noah pushed Lisha's face away as he complained. Thinking about how to kill me, right? No, it's not like that. Laybell ignored Noah's push and rubbed herself against Noah's body with a drunken look on her face. I want to kiss Lord Noah. Kiss me. Noah almost doubted if his ears were playing tricks on him. No way. I'm the one who killed your brother. Yes. Lisha said in an extremely happy tone. You killed him in one go. Super cool. Just like a hero. Noah was completely speechless. The one who was killed in one go seemed to be your brother. Since then, I've always wanted to see Lord Noah. Then, I really couldn't hold it in any longer. When I heard that Lady Lisha still had a spare pawn named Bishop, I couldn't help but ask Mother to have my brother trade me to Lady Lisha so that I can come to Lord Noah's side. Now, my wish has finally come true. Lisha, who didn't know Noah's thoughts, revealed her hidden thoughts while staring at Noah's face. Her pretty face became redder and redder, and her eyes became more and more blurred. Finally, as if she couldn't hold it in any longer, she shouted, No, I can't hold it in anymore. I can't leave Lord Noah anymore. With that, Lisha stood up and suddenly pounced on Noah. Hey! Noah was shocked. What are you doing? Lord Noah, please don't leave Lisha. Lisha will be obedient. With that, Lisha straightforwardly hugged Noah's body, and with an intoxicated expression, she began to thrash around randomly. Noah's mouth was already in an O shape. What? What's going on? At this moment, Lisha had already hugged Noah, catching him off guard from the shock. Noah was caught in the middle. Idiot, you're drunk. I'm not drunk. That's the exact same line as those typical drunkards. I'm not a drunkard. I'm Lisha, who loves Lord Noah the most. Wait, don't grab me. Noah, who was being held by Lisha, didn't notice that the other girls were beginning to notice the situation. Let go of that fiancé. Lisha couldn't even speak clearly. Even if someone wants to hug him, I should be the one doing it. Era. Are we all going to hug teacher? Junai was also smiling foolishly, which was rare. Sounds fun. I'll do it too. Oh, Isha tried her best to keep her eyes open. She was so drunk that even her eyes were misty, as if her favorite toy had been snatched away. Then I want it too. I want to hug teacher too. You're not allowed to do anything vulgar. Kitten was even more ridiculous. She stood up shakily and was speaking incoherently. If someone wants to do it, I should be the one doing it. Meow. Is this a group activity? Genova clapped and cheered drunkenly. That's not bad. I'll join too. What? What? Irina, who was shaking her head, immediately raised her hand and smiled foolishly. I want it too. Don't leave me out. Amidst the commotion, the group of girls actually began to move in Noah's direction. Noah, who was tangled up with Li Sha, finally managed to push her away. Then his vision was covered by shadows, and his body was soon hugged by several weights, so tight that Noah almost couldn't breathe. Noah wanted to cry, but had no tears to shed as he stood in the middle of Lias and the other girls. What kind of godly development is this? Chapter 635. When the sunlight shone through the window and illuminated the entire room, Lias led the group of sober, Jamanli girls looked at each other and fell into an indescribable silence. Logically speaking, after drinking so much last night, they should have had a hangover even if they had woken up. Unfortunately, the girls here were not normal humans. They were demons, and their physical abilities were more or less strengthened. Even Aisha, who was not good at physical abilities, was not affected much and had all sobered up. However, it was because of their sobriety that the girls could not understand the situation in front of them. Whether they were demons or not, the girls were indeed drunk last night. Since they were drunk, naturally, they would not have a clear memory of what happened after they were drunk. Under such circumstances, how could the group of girls understand the situation? After saying so much, the girls were just curious about their current situation. 1. Everyone was lying on the floor of Noah's room. 2. There were wine bottles everywhere. 3. Every girl has lost the memory of the previous night and can't remember anything. These situations did not happen before they lost consciousness last night. Naturally, the group of young girls was somewhat unable to comprehend the situation. Of course, even if they could not understand, they still had some guesses. Liaz rubbed her temples and was the first to break the silence. Looks like we were all drunk last night. This was the only explanation that could explain why the group of girls were in such a state. Junai did not refute Leah's statement, but smiled and said doubtfully, "But why are we like this?" I have the same question. Genova did not care about her image at all. She sat cross-legged on the floor in an indecent manner and asked, "I've heard of getting drunk, but I've never heard of what it feels like to be drunk. Genova, I have a bad feeling about what you're saying." Irina wasn't as forthright as Genova. Even though everyone present was a female, she still raised her arms and hugged her body as she spoke bashfully. Getting drunk and not remembering anything after waking up, it's like before Irina could finish, Kitten, who was also hugging herself with her hand in front of her, spoke in a deep voice. It's as if someone did something bad to us while we were drunk. In all sorts of ways. Aisha and Label froze when they heard that. As long as one was a woman, they would probably understand what Kitten meant. However, it did not take long for an extremely tired and weak voice, as if someone had just finished a marathon, to reach the girl's ears. There are indeed people who intend to do bad things when they are drunk, and in every sense, the girls were all stunned when they heard that voice. In the next second, the group of girls discovered that the voice came from under Irina and Label, who were still lying on the ground. "Whatever it is, how about you get off me first?" Hearing this, Elena and Label subconsciously lowered their heads and looked down. They saw Noah lying there with an exhausted expression, his face pressed tightly together by Irina and Label's bodies. His eyes were half closed, and he looked like his soul had left his body. Wah dash! Irina and Label screamed in unison and hurriedly escaped from Noah's body. Teacher Noah, Liaz, Junai, Aisha, Kitten, and Genova all exclaimed in surprise. Then they remembered. That's right, Noah was there as well. Teacher, you. Why are you here too? Wah. Irina, Label, and Aisha all cried out in surprise. They even thought that something had happened, and their pretty faces turned completely red as they panicked. On the other hand, Leah's, Junai, and Genova looked at each other as if nothing had happened. Come to think of it, teacher is here too, don't tell me. Just as she said that, Kitten's shameful and angry voice, along with an extremely sharp gaze, shot viciously in Noah's direction. Lousy, perverted teacher. All right. Noah slowly sat up from the ground, looking utterly exhausted. Because it would only be more tiring to explain, I'll only say it once. I didn't do anything, and I certainly didn't do anything to any of you. You'll know that when you check your bodies. You don't need a health teacher like me to tell you how to check, do you? Hearing this, the group of young girls looked at each other in dismay. Their charming faces were flushed red. In the end, it was still Leah's who asked Noah a question out of curiosity. Then why do you look like you're half dead from exhaustion? As soon as he finished speaking, Noah glanced at all the girls present with a trace of hatred in his eyes and squeezed out those words. Because I've guarded my chastity for an entire night. If he really showed his true ability, Noah could take down all the girls present in minutes. The problem was that Noah couldn't do that at all, right? So, last night, in fact, after being pushed down by the group of 7 girls, in order to not let anything happen, Noah was in a hurry to protect himself so that these drunkards wouldn't take advantage of the chaos to do anything. Although Noah was almost used to skin-to-skin contact and could even kiss with a peaceful mentality, it was really difficult for him to make the mistake of having sex with 7 girls in a row at the scene. After all, at present, Noah had only had sex with his 2 fiancées, right? Now, to let Noah push down 7 beautiful girls at once, and when they were drunk, Noah had to express that the level was really too high. To put it simply, the situation last night was too magical. Whether it was the impact or the shock, it was too great, and Noah really couldn't face it head on. At that time, he really didn't know what kind of trouble would happen. Swept by Promise's hateful gaze, the rest of the girls had a strange look on their faces. Only Lias, after thinking seriously, came to such a conclusion. In other words, at the critical moment, you don't have the guts, right? This sentence was like a sharp knife, ruthlessly stabbing into Noah's heart, making the corner of Noah's mouth twitch. Junai suddenly covered her mouth and laughed, and added such a sentence. I didn't expect that teacher is unexpectedly quite cute. Is that so? Genova expressed. I feel a little regretful. If I can have a child with teacher, it seems to be a very interesting thing. To you, is having a child just an interesting thing? Noah finally couldn't help but ask. Looks like you need treatment. I could do it too. Isha, who was at the side, didn't know what stimulated her, but her cheeks were red as she spoke. Although I'm a little scared, if teacher wants, I could do it too. Just take it as a punishment for being reincarnated as a demon without teacher's permission. Punishment? Take it as a punishment? Then Noah would really be a zombie. Please, don't make trouble. Noah was about to cry. I'm already so tired last night. I really don't want to waste too much energy today. By the way, how can you continue to stay here as if nothing happened? Label, who was about to curl up into a ball, couldn't help but cry out. Hurry up and get out. At the same time that Label cried out, Kitten had already made her move. Get rid of bad teachers. However, as soon as the kitten raised her fist, a piece of clothing was thrown out by Noah powerlessly. It covered the kitten's head, causing the kitten to be flustered. Ignoring Lias and Junai's half-smiling faces, Genova and Layla's regretful looks, Irina and Aisha's blushing faces, and the kitten who could not see anything because of the clothes covering her head, Noah walked into the washroom weakly. Today was destined to be a very tiring day. Chapter 636. Wow. On the way to Colt King Academy, Noah could clearly hear the constant gasps of amazement around him. That was only natural. That was because there were 7 beautiful girls beside Noah, chatting as they followed Noah forward. That scene was indeed quite pleasing to the eye. At the moment, Genova, Irina, and Label had already put on Colt King Academy's student uniforms. Under Leah's arrangement, Genova, Irina, and Label would officially study at the Colt King Academy and become members of the Supernatural Research Department to make it easier for them to move around and experience school life. Genova and Irina were planning to go to year 2. Label, on the other hand, was the same age as Kitten and was about to enter year 1, becoming the junior of Leah, Junai, Aisha, Genova, and Irina. That was why Leah's, Junai, Aisha, and the others were imparting their experiences to Genova, Irina, and Label about the upcoming school life. Only the little cat remained silent and stayed by Noah's side. Glancing at Genova and Irina, who were surrounding Aisha and asking her all sorts of questions, Noah felt more or less at ease. Noah did not forget that Genova and Irina had said some terrible things to Aisha not too long ago because of their faith. Now, it seemed that Aisha, Genova, and Irina had buried the hatchet without Noah knowing. From Noah's perspective, that was perhaps a good thing. After all, Aisha had always been very concerned about what happened to her, believing that she was abandoned because her faith was not devout enough. Now, knowing that God was dead was a huge blow to Aisha, causing her to give up on herself and reincarnate as a demon without even informing Noah. However, it also made her realize that she was not abandoned because of her lack of faith and unconsciously became more open-minded. Perhaps this situation could be considered a good thing. And with Genova and Irina as companions in the same predicament, Aisha should be more open-minded and not be stuck in her past, right? To be able to change so quickly, God's death is a good thing. Noah smiled bitterly as he recalled how Genova and Irina were all sorts of supercilious and only focused on their faith when they first met. And here I thought that the God of the Bible wasn't anything good. Now it seems that I was too one-sided. After muttering to himself for a while, Noah suddenly had a strange feeling in his heart, causing him to stop abruptly. Ouch! Behind Noah, Irina, who was chatting happily with Genova and Aisha, bumped into Noah's back. Her plump breasts were flattened under her clothes, and she yelped in pain as she clutched her chest and took a step back. What? The other girls also noticed Noah's unusual behavior and stopped in their tracks. It was then that the girls noticed that Noah was looking in a certain direction. Following Noah's line of sight, the group of girls immediately discovered it. In the direction Noah was looking, there was a person standing there. It was a man in his 30s or 40s, wearing a kimono and looking a little naughty. The man seemed to be observing something as he stood by the side of the road. His eyes were constantly scanning the students of Kamigami Academy, who passed by him as if he was looking for someone. Perhaps sensing Noah's gaze, the man suddenly turned his head and met Noah's gaze. There was obvious surprise on his face, but it quickly turned into a smile. It was a smile that contained no malice, but it was extremely invasive, as if wanting to see through everything and thoroughly dig out all the secrets of the other party. That smile sent a chill down the spines of all the Jamonli's kin, including Ria's, and their scalps numbed. However, the man was not looking at Ria's and the others, but at Noah. Yo! The man greeted Noah as if he was seeing an old friend. You know Adoria, aren't you? Looks like I don't need to introduce myself. Noah looked straight at the man as if he was not surprised that the man knew his name. Then, shouldn't you tell us your name as well? If it's possible, I don't want to give my name in this situation because it will cause unnecessary trouble. But since the legendary God Slayer has asked for it, it would be rude if I don't respond. The man spread his hands, and the smile on his face became more and more like he was up to no good. Athasiel. You should have heard of this name before. When the man said the name Athasiel, all the girls except Noah froze. Athasiel. Of course, there was no one who did not know this name. The governor of the fallen angels. The highest-ranking fallen angel with 12 wings. The leader with the highest position and the strongest strength in the entire fallen angel faction. The boss of one of the 3 major forces, Athasiel. In other words, the man standing in front of them, who looked no different from an ordinary middle-aged man, was the boss of the fallen angels who had the same status as the gods and demon kings. With Riaz in the lead, all the girls tensed up their bodies and got into a battle stance. Kitten, Genova, and Irina even shielded the helpless Aisha behind them as they stared at Athasiel with a solemn and heavy expression, making the atmosphere around them tense. Wait, don't be nervous. If I want to attack you, you won't have the chance to react. Athasiel raised his hand unhurriedly and made a gesture of surrender, but his attitude was still as leisurely as ever. Let me make it clear. Although there's the next head of the Gimli family, Sizak's sister, and 2 sword saints among you, and the one over there seems to be a little girl from the Phoenix family. Even if all of you come at me together, you won't be my opponent. After that, Athasiel stared at Noah with a smile. Except for the Godslayer over there. Hearing this, Noah raised his eyebrows. What? Don't you suspect that my title of Godslayer is just a bluff? I hope so, but I was once an angel after all. After I fell, I became the boss of the fallen angels and have always dealt with various gods in various senses. Athasiel laughed bitterly. So, I can still smell the scent of God's blood on you. Hearing Athasiel's words, Noah did not relax, but became a little more serious. To be able to see through to this extent was already proof of Athasiel's ability. After all, before this, except for Sizak's, none of the people who had seen Noah believed that Noah had killed a god in the beginning. Governor of the fallen angels, what is your purpose of coming here? Liaz finally took a step forward and made her voice sound. Because of what happened to Kobold, the angels and demons are now very vigilant against you fallen angels. You still came to my territory. Do you really want to start a war between the 3 forces? You've misunderstood. Wars and whatnot are boring. Aesir's denied without hesitation. I just heard that the Red Dragon Emperor seems to be here, so I came to look for it. Oh, Noah narrowed his eyes. In other words, you're not here for us? I'm just interested in the Godslayer and the Red Dragon Emperor. Athasiel looked at Noah provocatively. How about it? Do you want to talk for a while? Noah did not answer immediately. He just kept looking at Athasiel. After a long time, he said to Liaz and the others beside him, You guys go back to the academy first. Liaz and the others seemed to want to say something, but they were interrupted by Noah directly. What? Do you think I can't even protect myself? Liaz and the others suddenly fell silent. Oh, you can actually control Sizak's sister and her family? As expected of the man known as the God-Slayer, Athasiel turned and walked into the distance. Then, come with me. Looking at Athasiel's back, Noah patted Leah's shoulder. Under the gaze of the girls, he followed Athasiel's footsteps and walked into the distance. Chapter 637. Following behind Aesir's, Noah followed Aesir's aimlessly while observing the surroundings. Although Aesir said that he could protect himself, it wasn't enough to be a reason for Aesir to not attack Noah. Noah directly beat up the fallen angel cadre, the guy named Korkabor, until he was looking for his teeth on the ground. The atmosphere between Noah and Wally, who defected to the fallen angels, was also the kind of situation where it wouldn't be strange for them to fight at any time. In this way, whether Aesir would plot against Noah for various reasons, even Noah himself wasn't sure. What was certain was that Asashir's strength was stronger than Korkabor, and it was a lot stronger. Even Wally, who was known as the White Dragon Emperor, might not be Asashir's opponent, right? After all, Wally was evaluated to be in the top 5 in the Fallen Angel camp, but Aesir's was the real number 1. As a character who had fought with gods and demon kings since ancient times, Aesir's was only stronger than Wally. Noah really couldn't determine the reason for such a character to suddenly appear in this town and talk to him. Therefore, it was necessary to observe a little. Unfortunately, Aesir's didn't intend to take Noah anywhere. Instead, he directly took Noah into a restaurant while Noah was a little stunned. Come, sit down. After finding a seat, Aesir waved at Noah with great enthusiasm. This is my favorite restaurant after coming to this town. We could talk while eating. Noah's eyelids twitched when he saw a Sashel sitting at a table in the middle of the crowded restaurant. After greeting him, Asashel immediately ordered his food from the waiter. He lamented in his heart that he was an idiot. In the end, only Noah was vigilant. Asashers himself didn't care at all that he would suddenly be attacked by Noah. At that moment, Noah sat in front of Asashers and went straight to the point. "All right, stop fooling around. Hurry up and say what you want to say. I still have work to do. You're surprisingly passionate about the work of humans." Asashel shrugged helplessly, then suddenly smiled. "Then, first of all, let me ask, is the Red Dragon Emperor really with you? Did your White Dragon Emperor tell you that?" Noah glanced at Asashel. "What will you do if I say yes? Do you even need to ask?" Asashel said without hesitation. "Kill him, of course." Noah's eyes suddenly narrowed. He didn't expect Asashel to reveal his intentions, and such intentions at that. Killed the Red Dragon Emperor? Noah looked directly at Asashel. "That should be the job of the White Dragon Emperor, right? I say, do you really not understand, or are you pretending not to?" Asashel sighed. According to Wally, this generation's Red Dragon Emperor seems to be just an ordinary human with nothing. Until now, he still hasn't had the ability to awaken this sacred gear in his body, right? Noah furrowed his brows. "Is there a problem?" "That's the Red Dragon Emperor's boosted gear, which is known as the Longelness. You can imagine its power." Asashel looked up, his eyes flashing with a somewhat serious light. "That kind of power is lodged in an ordinary human. If the other party has the ability to awaken it and control it, then it's another matter. But until now, he hasn't been able to awaken this sacred gear, which proves that the human doesn't have any talent. That's dangerous." Noah vaguely understood what Asashel meant. If too much power can't be controlled, then there's only one outcome. Asashel raised a finger. "Go berserk." This sentence directly struck Noah's heart. No one knew better than Noah how true Asashel's words were. Because when Noah was young, he himself had gone berserk countless times due to having too much magic power. For this reason, he had to worry a lot and train hard to control his magic power. It took him a whole year or two to finally solve this problem. Letting that power go berserk is something that no force wants to see, as Asashel said somewhat ruthlessly. So, this generation's Red Dragon Emperor is too dangerous. If I met him in advance, I would definitely send my subordinates to get rid of him. From Asashel's words, Noah could hear that there was no room for doubt. In other words, Asashel really wanted to kill Hyodo Issei. However, that had to be approved by Noah. "That's my student. I won't let you do whatever you want," Noah said faintly. "However, what you said makes sense. Hyodo Issei's matter will be solved by me. You don't need to intervene." "Oh." Asashel took a deep look at Noah and immediately smiled. "Since even the Godslayer said so, then I'll look forward to it. This is really surprising." Noah and Asashel's eyes met. "I heard that the governor of the fallen angel has been collecting the holders of the sacred gear. I thought you were going to take the Red Dragon Emperor under your command. I do have a great interest in the sacred gear. I'm even studying the sacred gear. I'm also a little interested in the Red Dragon Emperor's boosted gear, but that's under the condition that there are no sequelae," Asashel said slowly. "Since this generation's Red Dragon Emperor can't even awaken the sacred gear, then I can only give up. Besides, the White Dragon Emperor is also a good observation target." "No, it should be said that it's a joke observation target, right?" "A joke observation target?" Noah asked. "What do you mean?" "This generation's White Dragon Emperor, I'm afraid, will be the strongest White Dragon Emperor in the past and in the future, right?" Asashel revealed such a news. "After all, that guy Wally, his full name is Wally Lucifer." "Lucifer?" Noah was stunned. "Lucifer? Isn't that the title of the Demon King?" "Yes, the current Lucifer is a title," Asashel said word by word as if he saw through Noah's mind. "But the past Lucifer is not a title, right?" The surnames of the 4 demon kings who died in the war were not titles, but real surnames that only the blood relatives of the demon kings who passed down the family could have. Noah heard from Leah's that after the death of the old demon kings, their descendants seemed to intend to continue to fight to the death with the angels and the fallen angels, completely ignoring the great damage to the demon camp. Therefore, all of them were banished to the edge of the underworld. Could it be? Wally is the descendant of the old demon king Lucifer. Asashel explained, as if he was sighing. However, because Wally's mother is human, he is still a hybrid between a demon and a human. With half human blood, the sacred gear that only resides in the human body can still choose him. And the one that chose him is the diving, dividing White Dragon Emperor. Do you know why I call him the strongest White Dragon Emperor? Was there a need to say it? With the bloodline of the old demon king, Wally's strength and potential were simply unimaginable. Under such circumstances, it was simply a joke that he still had the longleness in his body. Why are you telling me this? Noah asked in confusion. This information is no small matter, and you're telling me so easily? There's a reason for telling you. Asashel's eyes flickered. You should have heard from Syzax's sister that the three major forces will hold meeting. When the time comes, I will bring Wally with me. I hope you can keep an eye on him. Keep an eye on him? Noah's heart skipped a beat. You mean, I hope it's just my imagination. Asashel closed his eyes. But, with my understanding of him, I'm afraid that when the time comes, he will do something, right? Leaving this sentence, Asashel took out another document. Well, I'm not asking you to do this for free. Take this as your reward. Chapter 638. Reward. Noah frowned tightly. He reached out and picked up the document that Asashel put on the table and began to flip through it. Seeing this, Asashel smiled slightly and drank his tea, allowing Noah to flip through the documents he brought. As Noah flipped through the documents brought by Asashel, his expression became more and more surprised. The reason for that was because what was recorded on it was nothing else but a type of technique. It was a technique used to create sacred gear. Artificially create sacred gear? Noah looked at Asashel in amazement. There was no way he could not be surprised. After all, sacred gear was a power created by the God of the Bible who had died. So far, no one had been able to imitate it. However, Asashel brought the technology of artificially creating sacred gear and directly gave this technology to Noah. How could Noah not be surprised? Don't be happy too early. The sacred gear system created by the God of the Bible is too powerful. Mine is at best a simulation. Asashel shook his head as if he had already expected Noah's reaction. Let's not talk about other things. Most of the sacred gear that I've created myself are useless, and very few of them are practical. Although there are some that I'm satisfied with, they all have various problems, and I'm still in the process of improving them. So, don't think that you can mass-produce sacred gear just because you have this technology. Noah was not confused by Asashel's words and directly saw the value of the document in his hand. As long as I can create a successful product, even if I fail countless times, it is still a profit, right? You also said that Wally's existence is like a joke. Once an existence like you, who is stronger than Wally, also has sacred gear. Even if it is not comparable to Red Dragon Emperor's boosted gear and White Dragon Emperor's diving, dividing wings, it can still greatly increase your strength. At that time, you will become a joke like a fallen angel, right? After the powerless humans obtained sacred gear, some of them grew into powerhouses that the superior demons and even the most superior demons could not match. As for the best of the sacred gear, the longness, the owners of the longleness could become existences that could rival the gods and the demon king. Under such circumstances, Wally, who had the bloodline of the old demon king, had the White Dragon Emperor's diving, dividing wings. In the future, Asashel would evaluate him as the strongest White Dragon Emperor since ancient times and even in the future. It was conceivable that once an already powerful existence had a sacred gear, it would be against the rules. I am really satisfied that my invention can get such a high evaluation from you. Asashel laughed. However, giving this thing to you is not just to give it to you as a reward, but also to let you become a force to be reckoned with by the three major forces. Reckon with? Noah looked straight at Asashel and urged him to continue. So Asashel said so. I plan to let the three major forces conclude a peace treaty in this meeting with the angels and demons." These words directly made Noah raise his eyes and look at his satchel. A peace treaty between the three major forces? In other words, demons, angels, and fallen angels will truly usher in peace and no longer continue to fight? As you can see, although the three major forces are now basically in a state of truce, their own small-scale conflicts still continue. Not to mention the fallen angels. There are more or less angels and demons like Korkabor, right? Asashel crossed his arms. If this continues, the three major forces will definitely perish together. And losing demons, angels, and fallen angels will also have a great impact on this world. I think that the angels and demons should also be planning to truly conclude a treaty and usher in peace. Saying this, Asashel pointed to the document in Noah's hand. In the past, the three major forces actually joined forces once, and that was when the two heavenly dragons caused havoc on the battlefield. So, I'm giving this to you. Hearing this, Noah suddenly felt relieved. In other words, you want me to play the role of the two heavenly dragons? Only with enough external deterrence can the three major forces establish true peace with each other. Asashel looked straight at Noah and smiled. As the Godslayer, you have the ability to make the three major forces not dare to act rashly. So, I hope that you can exist as a restraining force for the three major forces and let them know that once the peace is broken, they will be obliterated by the Godslayer. Then, there will be true peace in the future. You think too highly of me. Noah raised his eyebrows. Varley said that I can only rank in the top 20 in this world. Do you think I can threaten the three major forces? Oh, did Wally give such an evaluation? Asashel asked meaningfully. But do you really think you can only rank in the top 20? In the face of Asashel's words, Noah just smiled and did not say anything. In short, as a reward, I hope that this thing can move you and let you attend the meeting of the three major forces. Asashel did not continue on this topic. With the Godslayer attending, the meeting should be a lot smoother. Noah looked at the document in his hand and slowly tightened his grip on it. When Noah came out of the restaurant and returned to Komodo Academy, it was already past class time. Even so, Noah still used his teacher's privilege to make a broadcast. Second grade, Hugh to Kazunari. Please go to the infirmary after class to find Noah-sensei. I repeat, second grade, Hugh to Kazunari. Please go to the infirmary after class to find Noah-sensei. About half an hour later, Noah, who was in the infirmary, heard the sound of the door being opened. Looking up, Noah looked in the direction of the door. There, Hugh to Kazunari and Kimura Yudo walked in together. Kimura, you're here too? Noah smiled slightly. You're really dutiful. After all, it's the director's order. Kimura Yudo said with a smile that no one could find fault with. Moreover, there are more and more people eyeing Ishichiko. I have to be by his side at all times. Handsome man, go die. Don't say such ambiguous words. Hyu Kazunari's body shook exaggeratedly as he jumped away from Kimura Yudo. A man by my side is not making me happy at all. If you want, give me a woman. What's wrong? Noah asked. Don't you want Kimura Yudo by your side? Of course not. Hyu Kazunari answered without hesitation as he cried. Because this guy keeps sticking to me. Now, the school is full of rumors about me and this guy, Kimura Yudo x Hyudo or Hyudo x Kimura, and so on. I'm sick to death. How can this be? Kimura Yudo looked like he was hit hard, making Hyu Kazunari tremble even more. Obviously, he was disgusted. Don't worry. Noah smiled indifferently. Now you can be free. Saying this, Noah stood up and walked in front of Hyu Kazunari. Sensei. Feeling the atmosphere suddenly changed, Hyu Kazunari couldn't help but take a step back. What do you want to do? Even Kimura Yudo felt the atmosphere was not right. So he asked, Sensei, what's wrong? Noah didn't speak. He just walked towards Hyu Kazunari. His body was filled with dense magical power. With my power of words, let the justice of the world appear. This spell is powerful and eloquent, a sword of wisdom that calls for victory. Dazzling golden light instantly blossomed. Chapter 639. With the power of my words, let the justice of the world appear. This incantation is powerful and eloquent. It is the sword of wisdom that calls for victory. Like an ancient hymn, the words echoed clearly in the surroundings, and the entire space was covered in a bright golden light. A dazzling image of a warrior holding a golden sword suddenly appeared in front of Noah. Noah reached his hand into the brilliant pattern, and the next moment he pulled out this sword. Clang! In an instant, the sword in Noah's hand shone brighter than any other golden light in the surroundings. It was a sword made entirely of gold, and there were inscriptions on the body of the sword that were hard to understand. It could only be used in the form of a warrior. It was a golden sword that could cut through divinity. Now, Noah pointed the sword at Hatu Kazunari. Noah had a good understanding of the sacred gear in Hatu Kazunari's body. It was one of the 13 divine gears that existed today. It was the Red Dragon Emperor's boosted gear, which was transformed from the legendary Red Dragon of the 2 heavenly dragons. It was the ultimate dragon's power, which could infinitely increase the user's power and transfer the increased power to others to increase the power of others. The red dragon that gave this power to Hatu Kazunari and lodged in Hatu Kazunari's body was called Drag of the Heavenly Dragons. Your power is too much of a burden for the current host. It's time for you to leave his body. Noah turned all the knowledge in his mind into materials to forge the sword in his hand. Hatu Kazunari was caught off guard and could not react at all. He stabbed the dazzling golden sword straight into Hatu Kazunari's chest. Splat! The sound of something being torn apart echoed. Hatu Kazunari froze and stared blankly at the golden sword that pierced his chest. He did not react for a long time. Ishin-kun, Shiba Yudo, was shocked and wanted to step forward, but he was stopped by Noah's calm voice. Watch quietly from the side, don't disturb. Hearing Noah's words, Shiba Yudo almost subconsciously stopped his footsteps. His body froze on the spot, and he no longer moved. At this time, Noah's gaze fell on Issei Hatu. I'm sorry, Hudo-san, but as an extremely ordinary human, you seem to be unable to control the sacred gear in your body. It's too dangerous for you, and it's also too dangerous for the people around you. So let me take it out. With that, Noah let go of the golden sword and let it stab into Hyodo Issei's chest. Then he took a step back. Once the sacred gear made by the god of the Bible was lodged in a human's body, it was not impossible to take it out. In the manufacturing technology of the sacred gear that a Sashal provided to Noah, there was a way to take the sacred gear out of someone's body. However, once the sacred gear was taken out of the host's body, the host's life would wither and disappear. Because when the sacred gear was lodged in a human's body, it was directly connected to the host's life. Therefore, in order to save Hatu Kazunari's life and safely remove the sacred gear from his body, Noah used the sword to cut off the connection between Hatu Kazunari and the sacred gear in his body. In this way, even if the sacred gear was removed, Hatu Kazunari would not die. Immediately, Noah opened his palm and pointed it in Hatu Kazunari's direction. Suddenly, a surge of magical power emerged from Noah's palm and turned into a solid light, enveloping Noah's entire palm. Come out! As these words fell, Noah's palm covered in the light directly pierced through Hatu Kazunari's chest. However, this did not cause any strange sound. Noah's palm seemed to have reached into the water, and a circle of ripples reverberated in Hatu Kazunari's chest as it pierced into Hatu Kazunari's body. Then Noah pulled his hand out. In Noah's hand, there was a red gauntlet with a green jade at the front that looked like a ferocious dragon's claw. It was quietly lying on top of the gauntlet, releasing an extremely shocking fluctuation. It was the fluctuation caused by the power of the dragon. Looking at the red gauntlet in his hand, Noah's eyes flashed. Is this the Red Dragon Emperor's boosted gear ? As long as there was enough time and the host body had the ability to withstand it, it could temporarily raise the user's power to the level of God and Demon King. If it weren't for the fact that Issei Hyodo didn't have any talents, he would have been able to reach the top with his sacred gear. He would have become an existence that demons, angels, fallen angels, and even other mythological systems wouldn't be able to ignore. After the Red Dragon Emperor's boosted gear left his body, Hata Kazunari directly knelt on the ground and slowly fell down. The bright golden sword in his chest slowly dissipated. Ishin Kuin, Kiba Yudo, who had witnessed the whole process, quickly stepped forward and helped Hata Kazunari up. When he found that Hata Kazunari was still breathing, he heaved a sigh of relief and looked at Noah with a puzzled expression. I know you have a lot of questions, but for now, it's better to settle Hata Kazunari down, Noah said directly. I have removed the sacred gear from his body. From now on, Hata Kazunari will not be targeted, and your guard duty will end here. Kiba Yudo, after you tell Hata Kazunari everything, you can return to Leah's side. Is that so? Kiba Yudo pondered for a moment and nodded. I understand. With that, Kiba Yudo carried Hata Kazunari on his back and left the infirmary. Noah did not know if it was an illusion. Noah always felt that Kiba Yudo was very regretful that he did not have to protect Hata Kazunari anymore. This made Noah's body tremble. Could it be that Hata Kazunari was really like what Hata Kazunari said? After thinking about this, Noah did not dare to think about it anymore. He quickly shook his head and turned his attention to the Red Dragon Emperor's boosted gear in his hand. At this time, Noah finally noticed. When he held the Red Dragon Emperor's boosted gear in Noah's heart, the stone plate with the pattern of the 10 avatars on its outline trembled slightly. Immediately, the two patterns on the outline of the stone plate began to flicker. One was a pattern that looked like a dragon, but stood like a human. The other was a pattern of a golden beast roaring at the sky. It was the pattern of the Draconian avatar and the Golden Wolf avatar. What's going on? Noticing this strange phenomenon, Noah was stunned on the spot, and then he turned his attention to the Red Dragon Emperor's boosted gear again. Could it be because of the Red Dragon Emperor's boosted gear ? It was a reasonable guess. After all, Noah's Draconian avatar and Golden Wolf avatar only reacted after he obtained the Red Dragon Emperor's boosted gear. Feeling the changes of the Draconian and Golden Wolf in his heart, Noah hesitated for a moment, but then he made up his mind. No matter what, let's try it first. After that, Noah raised the Red Dragon Emperor's boosted gear in his hand and pressed it hard on his chest. Buzz! In the next moment, the Red Dragon Emperor's boosted gear made a trembling sound and merged into Noah's body. Chapter 640. Actually, in the beginning, Noah had never thought of fusing the Red Dragon Emperor's boosted gear into his body and using it for himself. The reason was simple. It wasn't because the divine gear that had the ability to infinitely multiply its power didn't move Noah, but because the sacred gear's uniqueness made it impossible for Noah to have any ideas about it. Everyone knew that the sacred gear was created by the God of the Bible. According to the records of the artificial sacred gear creation technique provided by Ather, after the god passed away, the sacred gear created by the god continued to exist under the control of the sacred gear system. In other words, the management of the sacred gear's lodging, function, effectiveness, performance, and so on were all managed by the sacred gear system, which was left behind by God. In this way, if Noah integrated the sacred gear into his body, it would inevitably cause two problems. One, with Noah's tyrannical physique, after the sacred gear was integrated into Noah's body, if it was directly absorbed by Noah's body, it would completely become Noah's own power. Wouldn't that cause the system to be unable to manage the sacred gear in Noah's body, causing the sacred gear's function to become ineffective? If that was the case, then Noah would only be integrating a useless tool into his body, so it would be better not to have it. 2. If the sacred gear is still effective after being absorbed by Noah's tyrannical physique, does that mean that the sacred gear will no longer be able to activate this sacred gear. Once we leave this world and go to another world, will this sacred gear become an inanimate object? This was also a problem. It must be known that Noah couldn't always stay in this world. After finding the world fragment, Noah would leave this world and go to the next world. At that time, if the system's management of the sacred gear could not pass through the world barrier and continue to take effect on Noah, then the sacred gear in Noah's body would be equivalent to being useless. Because of these two considerations, Noah didn't want to integrate the sacred gear made by the god into his body. Instead, he was very interested in the artificial sacred gear provided by Ather. After all, the artificial sacred gear of a satchel did not need to be managed by a system. All the functions of the sacred gear were within the sacred gear itself. Because of this, without the management of a system, most of the artificial sacred gear of a satchel were useless trash. Only a few of the sacred gear that had been cleverly processed with special methods were useful. And Noah didn't need so many sacred gear. As long as there was one that was useful, that was enough. Therefore, compared to the proper sacred gear, the artificial sacred gear was more interesting to Noah. But now, because of the strange movements of the draconian and golden wolf avatars, Noah changed his mind. 1. The scarlet-red, ferocious gauntlets trembled and integrated into Noah's body. When he closed his eyes, Noah could clearly feel that the Red Dragon Emperor's boosted gear that had entered his body was disintegrating bit by bit. Gradually, it turned into the purest form of energy, and it could not even maintain its form. Noah's consideration was indeed correct. Since the sacred gear that had integrated into his body had been decomposed into the purest form of power, it was definitely out of the system's control and could no longer take effect. However, at this time, other changes occurred in Noah's body. First of all, the pure power that had entered his body suddenly split into two and integrated into Noah's body bit by bit, coming into contact with Noah's authority. Immediately, the two powers split into two. One flowed into the draconian, and the other flowed into the golden wolf, fusing with the power of the two avatars. The next moment, Noah felt his head buzzing, and his consciousness began to fade away. When Noah opened his eyes again, the scene that entered his eyes really gave Noah a fright. Pong! Only to see, with the sound of swelling, bursts of red flames burning around Noah, dyeing the entire space red. This was a space where there was nothing but flames. And in such a space, there were no other colors besides red. Noah was in such a red space, suspended above a sea of fire, surrounded by bursts of red flames. Undoubtedly, the surrounding was a sea of fire, but Noah did not feel the slightest bit of heat. Yo, my new partner, welcome to my place. At this time, a low voice suddenly sounded around him. Although I want to say that, but in fact, this is the depths of your soul. It should be me who has come to your territory. Fate really makes fools of people. With such a voice, in the sea of fire in front of him, a huge creature lifted the flames, straightened its body, and imprinted itself into Noah's eyes. It was a giant dragon. It was a gigantic dragon that was covered in red scales and surrounded by flames. Its entire body was emitting a terrifying pressure. Feeling the pressure from the giant dragon, Noah instantly understood. The giant dragon in front of him, in terms of strength, was probably not below Noah, who had the authority of the 10 incarnations and was the God-Slayer Dompey's so nervous partner. Not knowing if it was aware of Noah's thoughts, the red giant dragon's voice became a little lighter. No matter how strong I am, that was when I was alive. Now I'm just a soul, and because I entered your body, I was directly absorbed by you and became a part of your soul. The saying of a soul in one body is most suitable to describe our current relationship. Speaking of this, the giant dragon's tone suddenly changed. Besides, if you are wary of me, the other existence in your soul will no longer be polite to me. Just as the giant dragon's voice fell, an earth-shattering roar resounded through the entire world of flames. Roar! In the midst of such a resounding roar, The sky in this space suddenly shook and turned into a bright golden color. A golden wolf that was not inferior in size to the dragon leaped out of the golden sky. With a boom, it landed directly in the Red Sea of fire. It ignored the surrounding flames and stared at the dragon with its ferocious beast eyes. It bared its fangs. Noah immediately stood up in surprise. Bio. Hearing Noah's voice, Bio did not turn back to respond to Noah. Instead, he stared closely at the giant dragon in front of him, his eyes full of vigilance. Bio, who even Warban and Luo, how could not do anything to, was actually so wary of the giant dragon. One could imagine how strong the giant dragon was. However, since even Bio appeared here, it proved that the giant dragon's words were indeed true. This was the depths of Noah's soul. This was because Bio was lodging in Noah's soul. He was another consciousness in Noah's soul, an existence similar to a doppelganger. The giant dragon that appeared in the depths of Noah's soul, coupled with what it had just said, gave Noah a guess. Yes, I have now become an existence similar to your doppelganger, just like that wolf. Chapter 641. That's right. I have indeed become an existence similar to your doppelganger, just like that wolf. When the red dragon said this, Noah's heart calmed down, and he suddenly felt enlightened. Thus, Noah controlled his body and lightly floated into the air. He then landed on the head of Bio, whose body size was not much different from the dragon in front of him, and looked forward. You are the red dragon emperor of the two heavenly dragons, right? Have you guessed it? The dragon's ferocious beast eyes moved down and met Noah's gaze. That's right, I am the red dragon emperor of the two heavenly dragons, Drake. In the ancient war between the three great powers, the Crimson Sky Dragon had fought with another Sky Dragon on the battlefield and messed up the entire battle. The Crimson Sky Dragon's soul had been turned into a sacred gear because of that. Now, that dragon appeared in the depths of Noah's soul, and even claimed to be another doppelganger of Noah, just like Bio. To be honest, I am very surprised. Drake said to Noah with great interest. I never thought that as a soul sealed in the sacred gear, I would actually come back to life in this form and become your doppelganger and partner. Your origin seems to be very unusual, since you have become an existence with the same soul as me. Just like Bio, living as my doppelganger and lodging in my soul, then you will soon know my origin. There is no need to ask. Noah shook his head and looked straight at Drake. It's just that I never thought that after fusing with the Red Dragon Emperor's boosted gear, you would be released from the sacred gear, and even your soul would fuse into one. Is this a good thing or a bad thing? Well, for you and me, it should be a good thing, right? Drake said directly. Now, I have become another consciousness in your soul. I can feel that, just like the wolf, as long as you, as the main body, provide magic, I can materialize the soul that is fused with you and become your beast to help you fight. This way, I can also move around outside for a short period of time. This is a good thing, right? If this is not a good thing, then I really don't know what is. Noah bitterly laughed. Being able to use you as one of the two heavenly dragons, even I feel a little unbelievable when I think of this fact. One must know that the two dragons known as the two heavenly dragons were the ones that messed up the battlefield of the three powers and made the three powers helpless. They could only be led by the gods and the demon king. They could only be subdued. Therefore, among the top 10 existences that Wally once mentioned, Drake could definitely occupy a place to be. In other words, Noah had obtained a doppelganger that could be ranked in the top 10 of this world, and would definitely not be weaker than any of the God-slayers. This was not something that could be described as great improvement in strength. Don't say that, partner. Drake glanced at Bio, who was staring at him under Noah's body, and said with a smile that was not a smile, that wolf's strength is not below mine. To be able to have such a doppelganger, perhaps you absorbing my soul is something that was destined, right? Then, Drake, as the center of the Red Dragon Emperor's boosted gear, your soul has already fused with my soul. Can I still use the Red Dragon Emperor's boosted gear? Noah asked what he was concerned about. I have always felt that with my physique, I would definitely directly absorb the power of the sacred gear that entered my body and would no longer be controlled by the sacred gear system. This way, the sacred gear that has always existed under the control of the sacred gear system should directly lose its effect, right? Perhaps the other sacred gears are like this, but I am different. Drake replied, the ability of the Red Dragon Emperor's boosted gear originally came from my own strength. The God of the Bible sealed my soul into the sacred gear, which allowed the Red Dragon Emperor's boosted gear to be born. Now, you have completely absorbed my strength and soul. Even if the sacred gear is no longer under the control of the system, it should still be effective. Hearing this, Noah's eyes lit up and his heart suddenly shook. That is to say, I can still use the Red Dragon Emperor's boosted gear. It should be possible. Drake nodded. I can feel that when I entered your body, my strength and soul that was residing in the Red Dragon Emperor's boosted gear were separated. My soul directly merged with your soul and became your doppelganger. My strength seemed to have been absorbed by your body, so it should still be effective. Speaking up to this point, Drake's tone became a little complicated. Originally, after the death of the sacred gear host, the sacred gear in the host's body would automatically be transferred to the next host. Now that my existence has already separated from the sacred gear, I have become your doppelganger. Although I'm happy that I can still move around outside, if you as the main body die as the doppelganger, I will definitely die. Really, is this a good thing? Hearing this, Noah finally remembered. When it merged into Noah's body, the Red Dragon Emperor's boosted gear was indeed separated into two forces. One force merged into the Dragon Man doppelganger, and the other merged into the Golden Wolf doppelganger. If what Drake said was true, then Noah's two doppelganger should have also changed. Thinking up to this point, Noah could no longer sit still. Then Drake, I will go out first and see if there are any changes to my strength. I will take care of you in the future, partner. Drake laughed. The little guy called Bo, as another consciousness in the soul, is also a doppelganger of the main body. We will also take care of you in the future. Bo glanced at Drager and turned his head away, ignoring Drager. Seeing this, Drake bitterly smiled. So cold, as expected of a wolf. Looking at the interaction between Drager and Bo, Noah smiled faintly and flashed, disappearing on the spot. Noah realized that two of the pictures in his 10 doppelganger had changed. One of them turned into a crimson dragon. The other turned into a herd of beasts running wildly in the distance. After coming into contact with these two pictures, Noah learned how to use the new doppelganger. Dragon Emperor, the doppelganger formed by combining the power of the Dragon Man and the Red Dragon Emperor. Ability 1. Able to transform the body into a dragon's constitution and use the power of the dragon. Ability 2. Able to possess the power of Dragon Kill, which is highly lethal to dragons. Ability 3. Able to obtain the power of Air Scales, which is comparable to an immortal body. Ability 4. Able to possess the power of close combat that surpasses wildness and intuition. Ability 5. Able to materialize the Red Dragon Emperor's boosted gear and use the power of the sacred gear to obtain the power of multiplication and transfer. Herd of Beasts. A doppelganger formed by combining the souls of the Golden Wolf and the Red Dragon Emperor. Ability 1. Able to summon the doppelganger of the fantasy breed that has the ability to crush everything in the soul for the user to use. Ability 2. Able to summon the doppelganger of the Red Dragon Emperor that has the ability to directly affect the target and ignore any obstacles in the soul for the user to use. Ability 3. Able to directly give the user the ability to crush and penetrate. After absorbing the power and soul of the Red Dragon Emperor, Noah's Dragon Man and Golden Wolf doppelganger finally evolved. Dragon Emperor. Herd of Beasts. Noah became stronger again. Chapter 642. On the rooftop of Horse King Academy, Noah opened the door to the rooftop and walked in. After closing the door, He came to the center. Lowering his head, Noah looked at his hands. He gently clenched his fists and closed his eyes. In Noah's heart, the image of a crimson dragon automatically appeared. All evildoers, be afraid of my power. Now, I will obtain the majesty of 10 mountains, the strength of 100 rivers, and the strength of 1,000 dragons. The majestic me will raise the ferocious power to slay dragons. He chanted the words of obtaining the dragon's power. At this moment, Noah used the Dragon Emperor's incarnation. The power of a dragon burst out from Noah's body and flowed into his limbs, filling Noah's body. Immediately, Noah suddenly opened his eyes and stretched out his hand. Red Dragon Emperor's boosted gear. As soon as he finished speaking, Noah's hand suddenly flashed with a dazzling light. The crimson light gradually condensed into substance and turned into a ferocious gauntlet like a dragon's claw. It was a gauntlet that covered Noah's entire body below his elbow. It was completely crimson, and there was a bright green jade on the back of his hand. It was none other than the Red Dragon Emperor's boosted gear. As soon as Noah entered the Dragon Emperor avatar's usage state and materialized the Red Dragon Emperor's boosted gear, he immediately obtained 2 ways to use the Red Dragon Emperor's boosted gear. 1. Multiply. Every 10 seconds, it could double Noah's strength. 2. Transfer. It could transfer the increased strength to others and increase the strength of others. These 2 abilities were exactly the same as the rumors. At that moment, Noah poured the magic power in his body into the Red Dragon Emperor's boosted gear in his hand. Boost! Suddenly, the green jade on the Red Dragon Emperor's boosted gear flashed with light, and a low voice sounded. The voice was exactly the same as Drake's voice, but it was slightly more mechanical. At the same time, Noah felt that his physical strength, which was originally comparable to a dragon due to the incarnation of the Dragon Emperor, had doubled in an instant. Of course, this increase was only temporary and could only be maintained for a short time. However, to be able to increase his strength every 10 seconds was indeed a violation of the rules. I remember Wally said that if the Red Dragon Emperor's boosted gear reaches the balance breaker level, then it can multiply its power at any time and in any ratio. Feeling his strength multiplying over and over again with the passing of every 10 seconds, Noah fell into deep thought. If I can also reach balance breaker, then my strength will truly be terrifying. Every sacred gear had its own balance breaker. However, among the possessors of the sacred gear who could achieve the balance breaker, there was probably less than 5% of them who could do so. After all, to reach balance breaker, one's longing and desire had to be so intense that it could reverse the flow of the world. If anyone could do it, then the sacred gear alone would be able to make demons, angels, and fallen angels have no place to stand. They would no longer dare to look down on humans. Reverse the flow of the world. Noah's eyes flickered. It was unknown what he thought, but the corners of his mouth slowly rose. Perhaps reaching balance breaker wouldn't be difficult for me at all. Just as he said this, Noah felt a sharp pain coming from every part of his body. It was only then that Noah seemed to have thought of something. He hurriedly stopped increasing the Red Dragon Emperor's boosted gear and smiled bitterly. Infinitely multiplying, sure enough, it is not that easy. Noah had known about this for a long time. If someone really thought that using Red Dragon Emperor's boosted gear, there was no limit to the increase of power, then they were too naive. To give a simple example, once Noah's incarnation was used, the powerful divine power could not be manifested by Noah's human body. He could only summon a giant to manifest the enormous power that could split heaven and earth. Another example was that if the phoenix incarnation was used for too long, Noah's body would not be able to bear the burden. The reason was the same. It was like a truck. Although it could carry a lot of goods, if the truck carried far more goods than it could carry, then not only would it not be able to move, it might even overturn. If the goods were multiplied, then Noah himself was the truck. If the goods were multiplied again and again, Noah's truck would not be able to move, and there would even be times when it would overturn. In other words, if the power increased too much, it would only be a burden on Noah's body. Even if the multiplying of Red Dragon Emperor's boosted gear was indeed infinite, Noah, the user, had a limit. This was the limitation of the Red Dragon Emperor's boosted gear. Coupled with the fact that it still needed time to be used, Red Dragon Emperor's boosted gear had a weakness. In addition, Noah's Red Dragon Emperor's boosted gear had another limitation. This limitation was limited to Noah alone. In the next second, Noah canceled the use of the Dragon Emperor incarnation. Clang! In Noah's hand, Red Dragon Emperor's boosted gear flashed and disappeared. As expected, Noah murmured, "If I cancel the Dragon Emperor incarnation, does that mean I can't use Red Dragon Emperor's boosted gear?" After all, it was a power that was fused with authority. Once the use of authority was canceled, it would naturally not be able to be maintained. This was a limitation that only Noah had. Although there is such a limitation, I have also obtained a power that normal Red Dragon Emperor's boosted gear holders do not have. Noah suddenly smiled. I can summon Drake and have a Sky Dragon help me fight. In addition, Red Dragon Emperor's boosted gear is also free from the system's control. Even if I go to another world, I can still use it. There are pros and cons, but the pros outweigh the cons. Therefore, Noah was very satisfied with the result. Bang! At this moment, in a corner of the school, a muffled explosion sounded. Although the sound was weakened due to the distance, Noah still caught it. "What's going on?" Noah frowned. When he looked at the source of the sound, his expression changed again. "It's the direction of the old school." Without hesitation, Noah directly jumped up, fiercely stepped on the fence of the rooftop, jumped, and rushed in the direction of the old school. Clang! When Noah arrived at the old school building, the sound of steel clashing against steel echoed in the air. Noah immediately stopped, looked in front, and was stunned. Clang! He saw that in front of the old school, two people were each holding a sword, fiercely slashing together, causing a lot of sparks. Of the two people, one was holding the Holy Sword of Destruction, Genova. The other one was Kiba Yudo, with a gloomy face and a sinister demonic sword in his hand. Why are these two fighting? Noah was shocked. Then, the door of the old school opened, and Leah's and the Jiminori family all ran out, led by Kiba. "Yudo!" Leah's shouted. "Stop right now." To Noah's surprise, Kiba Yudo actually ignored Leah's and continued to charge at Genova. This time, Genova was furious. "If that's the case, I won't hold back anymore." With that, Genova raised his holy sword and charged out as well. Chapter 643. Clang! Two long trajectories were drawn as Genova and Shiba Yudo, who were wielding a sacred sword and a demonic sword, collided with each other in the middle of the empty space in front of the old school building, causing a crisp sound of collision. Screech! The sacred sword and demonic sword collided with each other, and the sharp sound of friction produced an unusually violent spark. However, this situation did not last long. Gotcha! At a certain moment, the demonic sword in Shiba Yudo's hand made a cracking sound, and Shiba Yudo's expression changed slightly. "As a knight, you should be good at speed. You shouldn't be fighting me head-on." Looking at Shiba Yudo's slightly changed expression, Genova seemed to have predicted this situation and said calmly, "Although I'm also a knight, I'm not only good at speed. What's more, the Holy Sword of Destruction in my hand is a holy sword that specializes in destruction. You'll only embarrass yourself if you fight me head-on. It's better to calm down first." After that, Genova clenched his fist and suddenly raised the sacred sword in his hand. Bang! The demon sword in Kiba Yudo's hand immediately shattered, turning into pure fragments. It then turned into nothingness and completely disappeared in midair. Shiba Yudo gritted his teeth in hatred. "It's not over yet." Amidst the shouts, Kimura Yudo raised his hand. Mana surged in his hand, and a magic formation suddenly expanded from his palm. Inside the formation, another sword with ominous fluctuations appeared and fell into Kimura Yudo's hand. "Oh," Genova raised his eyebrows. "I see. You're not the user of the demonic sword, but the wielder of the sacred gear?" "That's right. This is my sacred gear sword birth. It can create any demonic sword that opposes the power of the sacred sword. Shiba Yudo pointed the demonic sword in his hand at Genova. My wish is to destroy all the sacred swords, but in the end, I awaken the sacred gear that can create demonic swords. This is fate. Destroy all the sacred swords. Genova's eyebrows tightly knitted together. Why do you have such a pathetic wish? Is it sad? Kimura Yudo smiled, but his smile was unusually sad. Because my fate has always been very pitiful. Seeing Kiba Yudo's sorrowful expression, Genova's fighting spirit and anger were greatly reduced. I won't deny your past, but I advise you to give up on this idea. Although the Holy Sword and the Demon Sword are weapons that counter each other, their power is exactly the same. However, the Demon Sword in your hand isn't a real Demon Sword. It's only made from the sacred gear, so its power definitely can't compare to a real Demon Sword. It won't be able to destroy the Holy Sword. Perhaps, facing the real King's Sword, my sacred gear wouldn't be able to destroy it, but fortunately, the King's Sword has been split into 7 pieces, and its power has been greatly reduced. Kiba Yudo coldly said, "If it's just a split holy sword, then I can destroy it with my sacred gear." With that, Kiba Yudo raised the demon sword in his hand and charged forward. Seeing this, Genova had no choice but to raise the holy sword and charge forward instead of retreating. "Stop!" Beside him, Liaz yelled, but she couldn't stop Kiba Yudo from acting on his own. "What the hell? That man!" Irina yelled as if she was fighting for justice. "Can't you give him some time to talk?" No one answered Irina's question. Or rather, no one had the time to answer Irina's question. Just as Genova and Kiba Yudo were about to clash again, a figure darted between the two of them. Asterisk clink. Asterisk, both the holy sword and the demonic sword came to a stop at the same time with a crisp sound. Because on the holy sword and the demon sword, there were 2 fingers clamping down on the 2 swords, stopping them in their tracks. Genova and Kiba Yudo were both shocked, and they were only surprised when they saw the full face of the person who clamped the holy sword and the demon sword. "Sensei, what are you two doing?" Noah asked with a frown as he held the holy sword and the demon sword between his fingers with ease. "Both of you are Liaz's kin, and you're fighting? Do you want to be a joke?" As he spoke, Noah flicked the holy sword and the demon sword between his fingers with all his might. Asterisk clang. Asterisk, it was as though a heavy object had struck the 2 swords. Amidst the resounding sound of metal clashing, Genova and Shiba Yudo couldn't stop their bodies from explosively retreating. Only after retreating 2 to 3 steps did they finally come to a stop. Liaz and the others who saw this all breathed a sigh of relief and quickly stepped forward. "Yudo." Liaz glared at Kiba Yudo a little angrily. "Do you know what you're doing?" "Of course I know what I'm doing, and I know it very well," Kiba Yudo answered with a cold voice that he had never used before. "The minister should know why I'm doing this. Is there need to ask?" "Yudo." Liaz suddenly fell silent, as if she was sad. Even Junai and the kitten turned their heads away. Only Aisha, Irina, and Label looked at each other, not knowing what was going on. "Perhaps you have your own reasons for doing this. I heard a little of your conversation just now. You're doing this to destroy the holy sword, aren't you?" Noah glanced at Kiba Yudo. "But if your goal is the holy sword, why did you attack Genova? Or are you the type to attack your comrades?" Kiba Yudo opened his mouth, but he couldn't find the words to retort. "Sensei, don't blame him. He did attack the holy sword beside me out of the blue, but I instinctively retaliated." At this time, it was Genova who stood up and spoke up for Yudo. He even said to Yudo, "Don't worry. I'm sorry. I know you have your reasons, but I won't just sit by and watch you destroy the holy sword. Soon, the 3 factions will have a meeting because of Korkabor. If you destroy the holy sword at this time, it might cause some kind of conflict. Well, although the holy sword can continue to be reforged as long as the core of the holy sword isn't destroyed, who knows if the church will use this as an excuse to make things difficult for the demons in the upcoming meeting between the 3 forces. Irina seemed to be reminding him kindly. Even if that's the case, it won't matter. Kibayudo's expression became uncertain. I've heard about you from the minister, Genova suddenly said. Can we talk? I have something to tell you. Soon, Genova and Irina led the silent Kibayudo into a nearby forest. No one knew what they were talking about. Looking at Kibayudo, who was walking into the forest with Genova and Irina, Riaz spoke softly. Do you know about the Holy Sword Project? Noah's heart skipped a beat, but he did not answer. Instead, he chose to listen quietly. Everyone knows that the Holy Sword is the most powerful weapon against demons. As long as a demon touches the Holy Sword, its body will be scorched, killed, or even destroyed. The reason why Genova and Irina can still use the Holy Sword now is because they have adjusted the holy power of the Holy Sword to a mode that demons can use as well, Riaz mumbled to herself. To the believers of the church who believe in their God and see demons as their enemy, the Holy Sword is the ultimate weapon. So, a few years ago, the church tried to cultivate people who can use the Holy Sword. Cultivate? Noah's frown deepened. Can the user of the Holy Sword be cultivated? The only ones who can wield the Holy Sword are those who are naturally suited for it. But wouldn't it be beneficial for the church if they could artificially cultivate those who could wield the Holy Sword? Leith sighed. And so, the Holy Sword Project was born. At this point, Riaz did not need to continue. Noah understood. Kibayudo was the guinea pig of the Holy Sword Project, and a guinea pig that did not end well. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.